powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Well, something wonderful is happening on Saturday, the 27th of November, 2021. What am I talking about? Oh, sorry. My name is Jacob Blanks and I work for GhanaWeb, or I'm the commercial manager for Advertiser and Publisher Solutions, Ghana Limited. We are the managers of GhanaWeb. And something really wonderful is happening. I'd like to invite you to be part of it. It is a GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. We've been having this campaign since March 2021, and it's time to get to the next phase of it, which is a walk. We're going out there to let people know that they have to be careful. We all have to be careful, and I really invite you to come on it. We are starting on Saturday at 6 a.m. from the Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, which is Presec. And then we'll walk through the streets, go around Legon, Medina, and then we'll end up at Delish restaurant in East Legon. I don't want you to miss this because it's an opportunity for you to tell somebody to be careful as we get closer to the end of the year. Come with us. This is GhanaWeb, and we love you.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Vena Mineral Water, and Delish Restaurants.
Back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. I am in Kumasi. The last time I came here, I shared with you my amazing experience. I'm here for personal businesses, but I'm like, okay, let me come along with you. I came here with Rick. I'll introduce him to you later. And I'm currently at Kent Towers Hotel, and I want you to see how it looks like. You know how I always share where I live when I go to a new city. So today you're coming along with me. Let's go. Let's see how the place looks like, and let's see all my experiences here. Let's go, guys. So this is going to be my room. This is the washroom. Bedroom. As you can see, I've already settled in. I'm going to drop this back here. It's a very simple room. So this is going to be my room for tonight. Yeah. It feels good coming back to Kumasi. Kumasi, what's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm finally here in Kumasi. And I'm so happy. This is like the third time here in Kumasi, and it always feels good. Kumasi is a vibe. Kumasi for Mamu too. Let me go and see Rick's room too. So he's just opposite me, which is... Can I come in? Oh, you're feeling so comfortable already. So this is Rick's room here, and it's very similar to mine. It also has a bathroom. Yeah. Yeah, all invited.
2,000 years later.
So this has been in fact, our second night here, and we are going for breakfast for the second time. And since I didn't take you along the first time, let's go have some breakfast. Are you excited? I know, right? Breakfast, it's like the most important meal of the day, and I'm super excited. So let's go. Let's see what they got. What I'm having for breakfast: tea, vegetables, and Rick, what are you having for breakfast?
I think it's the same.
You're having tea?
Please, I don't know how to break this thing. Can somebody help me?
Use your head. The best place to stand and have a beautiful view of Kumasi. And one thing I like about Kumasi is the fact that they allow vegetation to grow. Like everywhere is green. Like above me, it's a very beautiful greenery. I like some part of the city that's like full of houses. Yeah, it feels good. I like the environment here. It's calm and quiet and refreshing. Yeah. How's your experience been so far?
Okay. I don't know if you said it already, but I don't understand why there's like the tall trees in town.
Yeah.
This is like something you see in the forest.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier on because I think they allow them to grow. You know, in Accra, like most of the, like in the city, full of houses and industries and all that. So it's good to see that. I mean, you live somewhere around vegetation. So yeah, so far so good. And I think I would recommend this place so far with my experience. So guys, I'm fortunate to have met the manager of Kings Towers Hotel, and he's here with me. He's called Senna. Hi, Senna.
Hi.
Yeah, so my viewers would also want to know a little bit about your place. How long has it been in existence?
We've been in operation for about 15 years.
15 years? I'm being honest, the place doesn't look like it's been this old. Yeah. And apart from the pool and the restaurant, are there any facilities that you think?
Okay, yes. It's a hotel. And we also have a guest house facility attached to the hotel. The guest house facility is more an annex.
Okay.
And, that's actually where we used to host Hallmark
medical center. Oh yeah, I met a friend yesterday, and then she mentioned. So I'm even going there today.
Oh,
so it's good you mentioned it.
Lovely.
I'm also going to see what's in the medical facility because I hear it's just around, and everyone, most of the people that I've met here are like, oh, they also came for some consultation services. So okay. And so how many rooms do you have in all?
We have about 40 rooms over here.
40 rooms.
Oh. But then for the guests that come from Hallmark, they usually prefer the guest house facility. Why? Because it kind of makes them feel more at home.
Okay.
They interact with each other. So it's more of a separate apartment altogether where that hosts about 6 different people.
So is that facility also here?
It's not here. It's actually a little closer to
walking. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
About 2 to 3 minutes walking.
That's good to know. And I like the fact that the hotel is surrounded by vegetation. So when I was standing at the top, I could see, like, you know, Accra, we are so used to seeing buildings, vegetation. You won't even see, like you see, but unless you go outskirts of Accra. So it's good to see that at least the areas, the neighboring areas are like full of vegetation. Here is very airy. Thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome.
Please, do you have anything to say to anyone watching this video?
Oh, Kingston's Hotel is located about 5 minutes from KNUST low cost gate. If you are in Kumasi, this is a lovely place to hide away from all the stress of town and the headaches that come along with staying in town. We are roughly about 5 minutes away from KNUST low cost gate. So and I'm sure you would love your stay here.
Yes, so even if you're coming to see your girlfriend or your wife in KNUST, you can come and hide there.
It will be a good hideaway. Rest assured, it will be a good hideaway for you. It will be a good hideaway.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Because I've met you, I'm getting the room for free.
No worries.
Hey, it's happening. I'm getting the room for free.
No worries. Okay.
All right. Come sit here and enjoy some television Yeah, and I think it's a good way to also connect with other clients here. Yeah. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I came here with Rick Aqua. Rick Aqua is also a YouTuber. Rick Aqua, what do you do on your YouTube channel?
Actually, on my main channel, it's a tech channel, but now I'm starting a new vlog channel, so hopefully this will be like my second or third video. But yeah, so I have a tech channel.
This is your first time coming to Kumasi. What would you say?
That's my first trip, and this was my first time coming to Kumasi. It was actually nice, even though we didn't actually get to explore the place like a lot. It was just work, but the only thing I didn't like about this place was the light outs. I like to burn off, but luckily where we're living, like they always had a gen, so when it goes off, it comes back. But apart from that, the place was. That was a good guy. Yeah, he actually helped us out a lot. But apart from that, the place was cool. Their food was good. The experience was good. Yeah, I think the place is an old place, but it doesn't look that old. Like the way the manager said, it's like 15 years. To me, it looked like 7 years, 8 years old place, and I think it's an ideal place for you to come around whenever you're in Kumasi. And the fact that it's so close to KNUST,
like
it's not so far from.
It's not so far. Yeah. I think I remember the Uber. It took us how much? How much did we pay? Like 15 cedis. 21 cedis. So that shows that it's, and even that was because we were coming in the evening and it was traffic here. So until next time on my YouTube channel, do well to subscribe to his channel, both his tech channel, if you're a tech person, you know where to go, and his new channel that he just started. And so show him some love. I mean, he's handsome. Show him some handsome love. Until then, you're trying to do
trying to vlog and trying to break out of our comfort zone, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, until then on my channel we blow them kisses. So until then on my YouTube channel, mwah. Hi, I'm Fatima Tyre, Sales Executive with AdPure Advertisers and Publisher Solutions, Managers of GhanaWeb. I invite you on the 27th of November to join GhanaWeb on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walks as we walk from Presec Bus Stop to Delish Restaurant. See you there, 6 a.m. Let's walk to save lives.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.
November 11, 1911. 11. It rings a bell, right? Well, that was the day that one of the greatest clubs in Africa born out of Ghana was formed. I'm talking about none other but the oldest surviving club in Ghana. That's Accra Sofuk, the Never Say Die Until the Bones Are Rotten, the Rainbow Club, the Continental Club Masters, the team that won a double last season, winning the Ghana Premier League and the MTN FA Cup. Well, today as the club celebrates its 110th anniversary, we are the home of one of the longest surviving board members of the club, that's Dr. Nyaho-Tamakloe, to have a riveting conversation and find out how far the club has come and the history behind the formation of the club. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and you are welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV.
The last time he played in a competitive match against Kumasi, he scored from a free kick.
From a similar position. And he always brims with a lot of confidence whenever he's playing against Kumasi and Santikotoko. Sometimes we keep wondering why.
Let's see what he does with this one. Well, what a goal! What a screamer! Unbelievable! We were talking about Bernard Dombote and he has done it right into the top corner. This is top class.
Everybody know that Dombote is no more a game. I think it's me. I am that I am. So I think if Dombote is there, Asofo is there.
Again, a dink from Salifu looking for Barnier. That's the opener. Daniel Afriya Barnier. Against him. And Dombote champions. Kofi Mensah Smith and the Phobians have won the double. Oscar Santiago by 8-7 on penalties there at the Accra Stadium.
Dr. Nyaho-Tamakloe. Please, thanks for having us. Please, as the club celebrates their 110th anniversary, we would like to know how the club was formed and what inspired the formation of Accra Football.
What we call organized football really started in Cape Coast years ago. And with time we go to Accra. And Asokufok was lucky then to have some young people at that time who felt there was a need for football in Accra. And this establishment took place in the house of a gentleman by name Captain Neti, or Asafuache Neti, in a place in Accra called Swalaba. The house is still there till today. And if you go there, you see where even the old man lived. You know, it's a big family. The house is still there. Now, in those days, 1911 is quite a long time. So, then there weren't much clubs in Accra then. There were few clubs after that. Few clubs sprang up. Notable amongst them was Accra Standfast, which later fell by the wayside like others who also started. And the club started with notable figures at that time. The Bruce Tegos, or what we call the Bruce Tego brothers, who were also players in the club. And then we have the natives themselves, that's the children of the old man. Then we have the Okrakus, and there are other names I can't remember now, and then the Ankras. So this is how the club was formed on the 11th day of November 1911, which is exactly 110 years since it was formed. That's a long period.
Was the day deliberate? 11-11-11, was it deliberate?
I should think so. If you look at certain things of the club, the picking of the name, the symbol of the club, certain names that are attached to the club, that will tell you that it was deliberate. It was definitely planned.
Normal history we find on the internet and in books tells us that the club won the first national league that was set up by Guggisberg.
Yes, that is very correct. Guggisberg was a governor. He organized the first ever organized league in the country at that time, the Gold Coast then. And that was one, the cup was won by Accra House of Football. So you can see that winning cups, winning matches started long ago. You follow me? That's how it is.
Did the club start with the same colors that we see, red, yellow, blue?
Oh yeah, the club started what we call the rainbow colors. Yeah, and rainbow colors, as we know, rainbow itself stands for a lot. It's a very important symbol for Accra House of Folk. So our jerseys, which were made in England in those days, the original jerseys, which came from England, had rainbow colors, just like you see now. But they were all in striped form. That's beautiful. Now, a rainbow itself is a sign of solidarity. The rainbow is also a sign of unity, or a symbol of unity, if I would say so. Rainbow is also a symbol of hope. How does it come in? A symbol of hope because after a very downpour of rain, if you have noticed, and this is supposed to have happened even centuries ago in Noah's time, and then you have the rainbow. And when you see the rainbow, you know that the rains definitely will cease. You follow me? And now it got its own spiritual acception too, which is a symbol of success, hope, and fortune. So you can see that the rainbow also, as a symbol, definitely might have been properly thought of and thought through by the elders in those days before they pick it.
When you take a number of clubs outside Ghana and some clubs in Ghana, most of them, their logos have the signs of animals. When you take Kotoko, they have the porcupine. When you take Busuna Draft, they have a big crab. When you take Ashanti Gold, they have the elephant. Why did Accra also decide to go for the oak tree?
The oak tree, that's an interesting question. The oak tree, once again, has been thought through before being picked by the elders. If you know, the oak tree is a very huge tree. When it's fully grown, it can stand for over 20 feet, more than that. The thickness, you can imagine what the thickness is. And the oak tree, that's one tree that a lot of people don't know, but it's associated with nobility and wisdom. Nobility and wisdom, that's the oak tree. Apart from its strength, very, very strong tree. It's been used in building vessels. When I say vessels, very like strong ships in those days when wood was then used. That's the only wood they used. You follow me? And then also, what do you call it? Very strong containers that were used in bottling drinks like whiskey, wine, and beer in those days. So you can imagine. Now, apart from its strength, it's a symbol of strong morale, resistance. The oak tree is noted for its resistance. It's one of the trees fire can hardly destroy. Now, the oak tree is supposed to be, trees are living things. It's supposed to be very knowledgeable. You see? And also, one interesting thing about the oak tree is that it got a very long longevity. As its lifespan is very long. It can live at times even longer than 400 years. So you can imagine that it's a tree that can really survive throughout the ages. So that is the reason that the tree was picked by Accra House of Oak. So like the other club symbols that you said, they can fall by the wayside, but not the oak tree.
Okay. I remember one historian telling me that there was a time that Queen Elizabeth came to Ghana and she wanted to be entertained, and Accra House of Oak were brought out to engage in a football match, and it got the whole country excited about their performance. Can you tell me some history about that particular match? Because we don't have videos when it comes to newspapers, to the archives. We don't often get it, so it's out of people like you who have the history.
No, the history, I know the Queen, when the Queen came here, that was her first official visit. I was a small boy, but I remember very well. And she visited Keita, met the chiefs at Edeba, and she had the opportunity of meeting my great-grand-uncle, who was then the chief Nyaho-III. And then a football match was organized by Osajofo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And I think by then Ohinijan was then the one in charge of football in Ghana. And it's true, House of Oak played a club. I think it should have been Stanfast also, either Stanfast or Olympics, could be Olympics. And it was a wonderful display of soccer at that time. So those who said a match that was well, what do you call, appreciated by the Queen, I think that is true. Well, by that time, at that time, even though very few people wear boots in playing football, it was still very interesting and competitive. So you can imagine.
I see that. So what brought about the name Never Say Die Until the Bones Are Rotten?
As I said, any living being, be it an animal or a mammal, if I'll say so. So let's come even closer to human beings. When the person or that particular individual passes on, the body definitely, when buried, will decay and finally disappear. But not the bones. The bones can be there for years. And indeed, if nobody tampers with them, they will be there. We've seen instances like that, where bodies that have been buried for even a century, when it's on earth, you see the bones there. So for the club to say, never say that until the bones are rotten, and the bones will never get rotten. So House of Folk is not a club you can wish any evil and it will stick to it. You follow me? Whatever you say, the club will keep on marching on. And I'm not surprised that we are still marching on.
Then again, there's the name phobia.
The phobia, the word phobia also, which we call, people used to associate with has, or what we call hasiphobia. When we say hasiphobia, it means house of folk. The word phobia itself is nothing than an extreme fear of something. You follow me? And this word has always put fear into our opponents who play with football with us. When they hear that they are going to play House of Folk, they get scared. You follow me? So the word phobia also was speak for a purpose. People or clubs, when they hear the word hearts, they panic. Yeah. And there's one that I can remember when I was chairman of the club. We were to play Enugu Rangers. That was, I think, 1985 or so long ago. Enugu Rangers was one of the top, and it's still one of the top clubs in Nigeria. So a match was organized where we were to meet them. And everything was set. At the last minute, they couldn't turn up. And we know it was the same old fright. So I think we played that day with either Okwawu United, either Okwawu or Olympics. I can't remember now, it's long ago. So even though phobia, the word phobia has been there for years, its most recent one, we are talking about 20-something years ago, which is recent, tells you that the word has a meaning. You follow me? Enugu Rangers pulled out. And an international match between House of Folk and Enugu Rangers of Nigeria couldn't come on. So we ended up playing a local team. So that tells you that the word phobia also has a meaning. It puts some sort of fear. Even today, any club that will make House of Folk, you watch carefully.
I saw that last season when the team came from behind to win the
oh yeah.
And the MTN FA Cup. Even the MTN FA Cup final playing Obuasi.
Exactly.
The penalties.
Exactly.
You could feel like
exactly.
Trembling.
Exactly. They were all frightened. Till today. You watch any match Hearts is playing with any other opponent. Watch it carefully. If you have eyes, you can see that the opposing side is always frightened.
But your landlords, Accra Great Olympics, they always claim to be the landlords of Accra.
They can never be. How can Olympics be the landlords of Accra? They themselves, they came out of a club.
Okay.
Olympics came out of a club known as Stand Fast. Accra Stand Fast. Members of Accra Stand Fast defected to form Accra Great Olympics. That's a historical fact. How can they be landlords? When we were there years, even Stand Fast couldn't be landlords of Accra Sports Stadium. How can Olympics be? It's just the usual noise they make from football. Forget about it.
Okay. So there's one distinct thing about Accra House of Folk. When you look at the board over the years, there are people who have served the club and reason to become head of state. When you took a look at the players also, there have been players who played for Accra Folk and ended up playing for the national team. I quite remember there was a time that the late coach Cecil Jones, Atukwefiu, led some House of Folk players to play for the national team and all that. What makes the club so important to the country?
Well, House of Folk has played a lot of key role in the formation of modern football in this country. The first ever visit to England by a Ghanaian side to play in England, that was even before independence. I was then a kid. In the then Gold Coast, the key players there were House of Folk players. You follow me? That's point number one. And very important point also is that the captain for that 11 that went to England to play various English clubs, the captain was a House of Folk captain called Chris Bryant. He was the first ever person to captain so-called now, Black Stars. You follow me? He was one of the best footballers we've ever had. And I remember when I was president of the Football Association, we celebrated the centenary of football in Switzerland. A gift was to be given to an outstanding player. It was meant for him. I hope it's still there because I don't remember giving that out to him. But I hope it's still there in the FA. But I left it to Kwesi Nyantakyi, and I know Kwesi will also leave it to somebody. Unfortunately, that particular presentation, we were unable to do it before the man died. You follow me? So, House of Folk has played a role. There was even a time House of Folk represented Ghana in the football. And if I would say, this more importantly, the southern sector of the then newly formed Ghana. You follow me? Now, there have been matches, international matches, where key players of the Black Stars have always been House of Folk players. I mean, there's no doubt about that. These are things that are documented. Anyone who doubts it can go into the history books and see. Of course.
I remember vividly that the first captain to lead us to a World Cup was a player from Accra to Folk.
Yeah. Stephen worked right under me. Stephen Appiah worked right under me. So you can see what I'm saying. The first ever to lead an organized club to represent Gold Coast in England, the captain was a House of Folk man, Chris Bryant. And you have now mentioned in your time now, Stephen Appiah, who, interestingly, I was in the FA boss when we picked him as a distinct. You follow me? So, this is a club with enormous experience, and it's not a club you have to play with. And also it's a club that, I will put it this way, has always produced very talented players. Well, there was a time the whole back of Accra, with the exception of one central defender from Olympics, were always permanent in the Black Stars group. You might have heard names like Adu Dako, Adu Damite. These were Black Star players. I mean, they were wonderful footballers. You follow me? And then you come to Milfield. That's what Milfield, I can't count them. You see? Yeah, they are aware. There's Fearsome 5 for House of Folk. I mean, they themselves alone, when they are in the club, you have to fear them.
I'm sure you were there when the club dominated the continent, Africa, to the extent that it came to a time You nearly played Real Madrid in the World Club Cup. What went into it as a board member? What went into the preparation to conquer Africa?
No, like we are going through now. A lot of money is spent when you are preparing for international matches. A lot of money. You have no idea. You see, footballers, especially supporters, don't really know the amount of money leaders of the club invest into the club. For instance, as we sit down now, a lot of good work is being done by the chairman of the board of directors. That's Toby Afede the 14th, you see. And because he's doing such a wonderful work and things are going on smoothly, very few people even think about it. You follow me? A lot is put inside, is injected into football when we are having international matches. You are talking about thousands and thousands of dollars for one match. So we shouldn't make that mistake. So if even we come to national level, look at the amount of money involved. Recently we went to play in Morocco. It cost us a fortune. You follow me? Yeah. So if the club is not in good hands, you can imagine the disaster that will come. Football is not a game for people who are not serious. Football management must be in hands of people who are serious. Because if they fail, the whole club will collapse. You follow me?
Sir, as we bring this interview to climax, last season's performance and where the future is heading towards, do you foresee Heart of Oak returning to its glory days to conquer Africa? That I think this is the first time in a decade that Heart of Oak are making a return to the African stage. In future, are we going to see Heart of Oak try more and possibly win any African trophy at the club level?
So why not? We are right in African competition now. You follow me? And our aim and objective in playing the league is to win the national league, and that will definitely, just carry us into the African competition. So we are working seriously on that, very, very seriously on that. It is our aim and objective is to make sure we gain a place for the African Cup of Nations, competition again. So we are working hard towards that. And I can assure you, definitely we shall succeed.
Continental Club Masters,
yes.
As we are being called.
We are, and that's what we are. That's what we are. We are Continental Club Masters.
You are coming up with at the Pubiman place, the place at Pubiman. We keep on seeing new developments each day, each time. What are some of the things that are going to go on at Pubiman?
The Pubiman project is a huge project. If you go there now, you can see that there are a lot of structures that have been put in place for the students. We are going to have a complete academy for young people. I think even as low as the age of 15 and below. You follow me? So that they will not just be there as footballers, they'll be there as students too. You follow me? Like they do in Europe now. So all the facilities to keep a boarding institution, they are there. In addition to that, we are going to have facilities for hotel, for people who might come from outside the country to play football, not necessarily with Hearts of Oak, but with any other club here, from any part of Africa. Even local clubs here, if they come to play in Accra and they want to put up with us, if they want to put up somewhere that is quiet, they can go there. We are going to have a swimming pool there. There will be 4 pitches there. 3 will be natural grass. 1 will be astroturf grass, you can imagine. And there are quite a number of other facilities that we are going to have there. There will be a clinic there. I mean, all these things are going to be there. It's a huge place. Have you been there? If you are not there.
The first time I came there, You came there as well. I remember the club was going through a phase, and I was happy seeing you there. You came and you spoke to the players.
Yeah.
What's your influence on the players? Like, what do you tell them sometimes when they are going through difficulties and they have to win matches?
The players are young people, you see, and you have to encourage them, which is very important. Well, when they see the presence of seniors of the club, it gingers them in any sort of competition they have ahead of them. That's why normally we like to address them before they go into any battle that they have. You follow me? So it's very important for us. Any club that is worth its salt, when players are going to have important matches, the leadership gets close to the players and talk to them. It's very, very important. It's like talking to troops before they get into battle. You follow me? So that's what it is.
Finally, Dr. Nyaho-Tamakloe, as we bring this interview to a close, what will be your final words for Hearts of Folk fans out there and the entire playing body as the club celebrates their 110th anniversary? Please look into the camera. And
I think what I would say, in this instance, is that first and foremost, the supporters of the club must know that a lot is being done for the club. And what we need as leadership of the club now is their unflinching support. You follow me? And this unflinching support will always ginger us, not just us, but the players as well, to play well. And if they did that, the club will go very far. As far as the progress of the club is concerned, it's going on unabated. We are now seriously on Proviman project, which if they go there themselves, they will see. We have set up a complete new commercial house, which we own ourselves as a club, where football is now money. So we must have a commercial house to see to a lot of things, which is also now in place. The building belongs to us. Now we are going to put up a brand new secretariat at where our old secretariat is now near the cathedral. It's going to be a glass house of 4-story building, and the house will be known as Phobia House. So what we need now is the support of supporters and sympathizers. We know we have a lot of sympathizers. Our club is nationally based and even internationally. So we know we've got the support. We have the largest support in this country. That one is a known fact. Any other club that will claim that, tell them I say it's a lie. We have the biggest support in that. And you know it, you can say it. Yeah. Huh? So I thank you very much for coming. And let me take the opportunity to wish my supporters, the board, particularly the chairman of the board and other members, all other members, a very happy birthday. So birthday Hearts of Folk, and I say Phobia Masters.
Thank you very much for
It's a pleasure. It's nice seeing you.
That is it, Phobians and viewers. This has been another edition of Sports Update Ghana. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and it's a pleasure having Dr. Nyaho-Tamakloe with us. Catch you another time.
My name is Elsie Lamar, your favorite host for Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV. Join us on the 27th of November as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk, which starts from Presec, Legon at exactly 6 a.m. And then we will end at the Delish restaurants inside East Legon. Make sure you be a part of it and do not miss it. Stay safe and save lives.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant. Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your socio-political program that updates you on the issues and facts that matter to you. My name is Nyaho-Tamakloe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to find the missing link between job creation and wealth creation in Ghana. We are going to tap in the knowledge of our guest, who is an experienced economist and serial entrepreneur with excellent background in business management, business development, and investment services. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Nyaho-Tamakloe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Dr. Kofi Amoah. He is the founder and CEO of Progeny Ventures International. Welcome, Dr. Amoah, to the Lowdown.
Thank you for having me.
So one interesting fact that you have to prove it or not that I see online about you is that a certain website says you are the richest man in Ghana. Is that true?
Well, I love the website that is saying that. I wish it was true, but there are a lot of people richer than me in Ghana. But I think if we make more and more people rich, it will percolate to help the society. You can create more jobs, lift up the youth, you know, so wealth creation, as I think you said you're going to be talking about a little bit later on. It's important.
Exactly.
Yes.
And you have so many businesses. I know you're employing a lot of people, and you've been in entertainment, you've been in sports, and even entrepreneurship generally.
Yes.
And you've also started since from the United States, you brought it down to Ghana.
Yes.
How is the condition of entrepreneurship in Ghana right now?
Well, I mean, entrepreneurship is a very, very beautiful area. It's an important area for every society. Through entrepreneurship, young people can solve the problems of society. Entrepreneurship is nothing more than identifying a need in a society and putting together an organization and structures to fulfill the need. If you look at a place like the United States, and young people like Bill Gates when they were very young, Stephen Jobs, Larry Brain, all these people created wonderful businesses. Google, Facebook, and these companies are really controlling the world. And this came from the minds of young people through the drive of entrepreneurship. So that's why I'm very passionate about us becoming very, very serious about how to create opportunities for Ghanaian youth. Because they are going to be our future.
A lot of our youth now, when they don't get jobs in the public sector or with the private companies, then they say they are venturing in entrepreneurship. And we see a lot of them selling kelewele on the street. Someone just starts a small business and it doesn't even last. It just ends. Are there people you could compare to Bill Gates and the others who managed to build empires?
Well, a society will create the conditions that will dictate the kind of entrepreneurship that will work. So if you're in a society where the financial support system is there, you can go and get a loan, then the support is there, you can expand and be successful. So here, as you know, our brothers and sisters who want to gain entrepreneurship, it's tough. Even if they will get a bank loan, the collateral becomes a hindrance. Even if they have the collateral, the interest rate on the loan is too high. So these are the areas that as a society, we have to make it better so that it will be easier for the creative ones amongst us to start businesses and employ the others.
But loans are a problem. And I know you had the savings and loans, global access, that was closed by the
You don't have to be nice about it.
And did you give enough loans to entrepreneurs? Did you see, I mean, while you're running it, did you see a very fruitful venture?
Yes, we did give to some people who were honest and they will pay their loans back. You have all kinds of people. So in that arena, one of the things that we need to have is the credit rating system. When I was in the United States, I was able to build up my credit to A1, so that banks will be calling me, don't you need any more money and all of that, because the banks banks, they really value business people who get a loan from them, and without any sweat from them, they pay them back, because that's how they make their money. So here in Ghana, I think we should emulate that, so that the good ones who are being honest, they take a loan, they pay it back, they can be giving more loans, and they can expand more and employ more people. And then their interest rate will come down, because they have demonstrated their credibility. So I think the Bankers Association is beginning to do something in that area, and we must encourage them, because it will really help develop the kind of entrepreneurs that we want, who can also help develop the economy.
We have a lot of entrepreneurs now who are trying. We have the caveman watches guy, we have the horseman shoes, and all of the others, and they are complaining. They are complaining because it's quite expensive to run businesses here, and also to even pay their employees, to even get people to buy their produce and products. And it's really affecting them. They're losing a lot of motivation, and a lot of people are closing down. Do you think we are still in the right direction? Do you think all the structures available are conducive for such entrepreneurs?
Well, I mean, entrepreneurship cannot be practiced in a vacuum. It's practiced within the armpit of a society. And if there are challenges within the society, if their potential customers don't have the money to come and support their products or their services, as we talked about, if the interest rate of the loans they got is too high, then it's going to be a challenge for them. But I think that once we get into this discussion and we start talking about what are the blockages to Ghana's economy growing, one of the areas that we have to look at is the free trade mantra, where we have opened our borders. Anybody from anywhere in the world can come and sell us anything at any price. When you do that, you are damaging the prospects for your local young entrepreneurs. So if you and I started a business, we are going to make some pencils. Let's say pencils is something we want to make. And there's a company in Brazil been making pencils for the last 50 years. There's a company in China made pencils for 25 years. One in the UK, 15 years. And they can all come and sell their pencils in the Ghanaian market. You and I are just starting. We are struggling to improve our quality, to bring our prices down. We don't have a chance. That's what I'm saying. So these are all horseman shoes. He was one of the guys. Joy FM had a program. I was one of the mentors, and he came from that. And a very aggressive young man. He did well, but if he's facing problems now, it's not because he's not focused, it's because the environment is beginning to turn negative on him, and that is going to swallow his business.
So do we shut down imports?
You don't shut it down, but you see, these international organizations, before we go and join, we must assess the pluses and the minuses. China didn't join the WTO, the World Trade Organization, that when you join, you can sell to anybody and anybody can sell to you. China decided that when they were in their beginning stages, we don't have anything to sell to anybody, so we are not going to join. We will put our house in order and learn how to do things, and when we think that our products are of good quality, the prices are good, we can compete in the international market, then we open our doors. And that's exactly what they did. And by the time they opened their doors, they were very competitive, they took over a lot of industries, and they became rich. In our case, we are now starting to do things, you know. And so going to join an organization like that without attempting to understand the pluses and minuses, it becomes a negative. And this is where you're seeing affecting horseman shoes and these other people you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not saying we shouldn't join, but if you're going to join, you must have a strategy for the thing that has to come in. What are you going to do to make sure that it doesn't affect you negatively?
So this is more of a problem with leadership. Can we say that? Because who has to take the decision?
Well,
who calls the shots?
Leadership is very critical in moving a nation forward. Leadership is critical in a company succeeding. Leadership is critical in a family being a solid family, with the children being well catered for and guided. So leadership is, I mean, it's sine qua non. You cannot do anything without leadership. Now, on that topic, let me say this. Ghana's classmates, Singapore, Malaysia, Korea, all these countries. When I say classmates, mean we got independence at the same time after the Second World War. And Lee Kuan Yew, that you mentioned earlier on, came to Ghana twice to get advice from our first president, Kwame Nkrumah. So you see that these leaders, and he was there for 32 years, you see how he has transformed Singapore. They are now about $55,000 per capita income. About 90% of the citizens of Singapore own their homes. You understand? And they started from nothing. They were a colonial country. So through the force of his leadership and be able to get the right people to come and the foresight of his policies and gradually making the sacrifice that he thought was necessary for them to make, they have risen. They are now a highly developed country. We started with them. What happened to Ghana? Malaysia came to West Africa to pick the oil palm seed. Malaysia makes $12 billion a year from oil palm alone. India imports 6 million tons. China imports something like 80 million tons from them. From Malaysia, they have so many derivatives of products from this one crop. It's really underwritten the cost of their industrialization without borrowing so much money. And in saying that, let me say that if you look at the Ghana cocoa industry, it's a clear example of something that we could have used to underwrite our industrialization financing. Because when Tete Kwashi brought this crop here, we hadn't seen it before. And to me, I get excited when a society hasn't seen something before, but it can see the benefits of that something and create the system, the processes, the policies, the support help, the financing scheme, the extension officers to support farmers who were really not that. Now we are talking about education. There are certain things that the human being, his own native intelligence, can guide them and they'll be successful. And Ghana became the largest producer of this crop at one time. That's something we should clap for ourselves and emulate ourselves. We could have done that with maize. We could have done that with oil palm. So many things we could have done that with. And escalate ourselves from nowhere to somewhere without having to borrow so much money, but financing our forward movement by the output of our own production. And when we talk about this job creation thing, we are talking about using the resources God gave you to create a better future for your society. And that's what every country has done. Let me give you this example. The United States, the UK, Germany, these were the first wave of countries that developed from the 14th century to the 18th century. And when you look at them, their industrialization policy was basically starting from agro-based activities, then moving into the factories to process these things and creating a strong domestic economy from which you can satisfy the needs of your people. And as you become rich, you get into the international market and you start trading and make more money. You look at the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, they were shepherds. These people were rearing goats, cattle, and sheep. Their best export was wool. They didn't even know how to translate the wool into textiles. They were just like we just ship our cocoa beans. They were shipping their wool to Italy and Germany and Belgium. These were the countries that had the expertise to turn the wool into textile, to making clothes. King Henry VI came on and said, no, from now on, nobody can export wool in its raw form to anywhere. We have to use the wool inside the United Kingdom to create the textile so that we can create jobs for our people and become rich. They didn't even have the expertise. They went to Belgium and poked their best people there and brought them in. I'm saying this to say that at some point, Ghana could have said, not a single cocoa bean should be exported to anywhere. We can do a JV. The Switzerland people come here. They have the know-how, but we have the seed. The Hershey's of Pennsylvania, who make all this seeds candy, big nice chocolate that they are making billions of dollars from, they could have joined us here. You understand what I'm saying? So the policy of a society becomes the vehicle the road that you travel to get success. And traveling that road properly creates the jobs for your people. When people get up and they have somewhere to go, they are going to create wealth for themselves and for their society. But you see so many of our young people walking around hopelessly, and even those who have a job, let's be honest, when we go to work, not too many of us are seriously working. So I want this call to action to be listened to by all Ghanaian citizens, that we were not brought into this world to suffer the way we are suffering. We can do the same thing that other nations have done to escalate ourselves from poverty to wealth. Because if you look around, our soil and climatic conditions support so many things that we can do and be successful.
This is very interesting, because we've been clapping for ourselves for some time now. Every Independence Day we look back and then we see from the 60s going, there were plans and policies to make the macroeconomics indicators work in our favor. We had all the businesses, we grew the crops, we also had the industries, and slowly we're moving away from an industry of agriculture and manufacturing to a more service-based industry. And currently we have many services all around, and everybody is fighting to eat from the same cake when there are others that nobody is looking at. What is making the services more attractive to the people than
I don't know if it's more attractive or that is the one with easy entry. People cannot find a good job, so somebody says, Abena, his wife, I have 1,000 CDs. Maybe you can start doing something. And what can they do? Buy and sell. We have become a buy and sell country. We are not a make and sell. We are not manufacturing things. We are importing things from outside, things we should be able to make. You understand what I'm saying? So until your economy has become a bit more sophisticated, if at the beginning stages the service sector is the largest portion of your economy, you are on the road to failure. We must be an economy that is making things. You have our young people coming from our universities to sit at home for 3-4 years before they get a job. I mean, it means that we don't have a plan. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, if I was going to bring here and I forgot the list of items that Ghana imports, and if you look at it, you see that, why is this country doing this? Why are we importing these things? Syria, the western region of Ghana, the central region of Ghana, I've said it many times, has the best climatic and soil conditions than Brazil. But the yield in Brazil of maize is 14 times higher than ours. What does that mean? It means that God has given you some gift. Your land is excellent. Your rainfall, your sunshine. You can grow this one time, this item, maize, that you use in making flour, to make bread. You can export it all, but instead of that, we are importing bread. We are importing flour to make our bread. You understand what I'm saying? So, Ghana, I'm here to tell you that we need to rethink. We are blessed people, but if we don't really unite our forces and start thinking properly and have a plan, we must have a plan. This song of the private sector is the engine of growth, the private sector is the engine of growth, it's a broken record. Let's put it away. It's not helping. The private sector is weak. The private sector is not pervasive enough. The private sector is not supported. The private sector is hemorrhaging under high credit cost. So we cannot depend on our private sector to be our engine of growth. Our public sector must come into the picture. Now, this colonial mentality that we have, we were colonized by the British, that when you see the public sector to come and do something, then you are becoming communist. You are talking about socialism. But look at all these countries. China, 70 years ago, was worse than Ghana. Pricewaterhouse has predicted, and Goldman Sachs, these are Western financial institutions, predicted that China will be the #1 economy in 2025. 3 years from today. 4 years from today. It will be the largest economy. The economy where 1 million people died of starvation. They couldn't even create their own food. But with centralized planning and using their people properly, using the vast land they have now become the manufacturing hub of the world. They make everything, and they make it the cheapest.
But on the issue of private sector being the engine of growth, which has been a mantra in this country, the public sector is full. The public sector cannot employ a lot of the people who are out there, over 500,000 people seeking jobs. How can the public sector take in all of these people?
Well, my brother, when I say the public sector should be a senior partner in our development, I don't mean that the public sector should employ Ghanaians. No. The job of government is not to employ people, but the job of government cannot also say that we have employed 700,000 people, we can't employ it anymore, so the rest of the Ghanaians, you are on your own. That is not leadership. I'm sorry. The job of government is to be the collective voice of the people, the collective knowledge, the collective wisdom of the people. That's why we have Parliament, representing us. We have the executive branch. We spend a lot of money to pay people to do these things for us. We have the judiciary to make sure that the laws are followed and all of that. These collectively become the head of the society. And that these issues that are confronting us, cutting our head off from our forward movement, these must be issues that must agitate the minds of our people. So how does government help in business creation? Very simple. Let's take agriculture, for instance. If I were doing agriculture in Ghana, it's under me, I will be envisaging putting 1 million hectares of land under cultivation, doing different things. Cash crops, there are areas that we have our cash crops, you can take that. Our food crops, there are areas that we have our food crops. Do you understand? Vegetables. And all these things, we have already mapped up Ghana, where tomatoes can grow, where oil palm can grow, where maize can grow, where we have all these things done. And therefore, when you have this, and the people there who live there, the young people who live there, how's the young man in the village, who live there, who are working on the farm, right now they have not been supported, and to a point that they are all migrating to the city centers to stand by the roadside in the sun, in the rain, selling useless items. That means that this is not a country that is being led properly. If I see all these young people at the barrier, when you are crossing the barrier, you see a lot of them. A lot of them are young girls who have all moved to the villages, standing in the rain and the sun, and it really hurts me, because if you really watch where they are going to sleep, a lot of times they are going to sleep just by where they are standing. Yeah. Filthy, that dejected by their society. And I'm saying, Ghana, we must wake up. If we don't learn how to use the people God has given us, the citizens of the nation, to become the engine of our transformation, by transforming the individuals, you are transforming our society. And that any government that comes into power, anything they do must be related to the welfare of the individuals in the society. Otherwise, it is not going to work.
We'll be taking a break now, and Citizen Kofi is a citizen, and he's saying you should be a citizen. He will tell us more about how to start a business, which business is viable right now in the country, and if you are facing losses, what do you have to do? And I'm sure there are so many questions the young entrepreneurs out there would want to ask. If this was a live show, they'll have the opportunity to do that. I could still ask after it's published online, and we'll get you the answers in later interviews. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Nyaho-Tamakloe Ismail Akwe. We are speaking with Dr. Kofi Amoah. He is the founder and CEO of Progeny Ventures International. He's talking to us about the economy and job creation, how best to handle the situation or the crisis that's happening right now. So we're talking about how people should be citizens and to go into the areas that will best help the nation. And leadership should work in the direction of saving the country than working, I mean, in just one sector which starves the other. Recently, you went to Pokuwari Senior High School, which is your alma mater, and you spoke about the dependency mentality and how Africa is normally or overly dependent on the West and also Western institutions to be able to survive. And that was quite an interesting speech. Why did you choose to have that speech at Pokuwari?
Well, it was the 70th anniversary of my alma mater in Pokuwari School. I cherish that school very. I mean, the discipline, everything that we were taught there, is something that has helped a lot of us. A lot of my classmates and schoolmates have done quite well. So when I was asked to come and give the keynote speak, I really thought about what is it that I must say. Should I just go and talk about the happy days I had on campus? But I decided that no, the country needs a certain different voice, and that I'll capture my speech on issues that I think must be addressed and must be listened to by the young, the youth, and the older people, so that we can move forward. And my address was simply what should be in Ghana's blueprint. What is it that should guide Ghana? What are the principles that should guide us as a people, as a society, to do well? Because when we look around, all the people we started with have left us down there, you know. And therefore, I think that by looking at what did the Koreans do, the Singaporeans, the Malaysians, all these countries, even the Americans, the British, the Chinese, what is it that guides them to do better than us? And we are still down there. And I think the first important thing that should be in our blueprint, I believe, should be a sense of unity and confidence. We must have individual confidence and confidence amongst ourselves. And we must be united. And we must trust each other. And you see, this is important, Mr. Akwe. And let me show you why this is important. Okay. Let's say a government goes to borrow money to go and do a flyover. They go and borrow $200 million or $300 million to go and do a flyover. Okay, why are they doing the flyover? There's congestion, the traffic will flow better, whatever. There's a need for that, as presumably. So the loan is contracted. Now the contract is to be awarded. And you see that the contract is awarded to a foreign company. That foreign company is going to also calculate what they have to do to maximize their profit. Businesses are supposed to do that. And then he sees that the concrete sections, I can make these in my country, you know, and I'll just fly them in and put them in place. And you see that a lot of things are happening like that. And so the loan doesn't really come into Ghana. It just circulates around the periphery of Ghanaian economy. However, I'm saying to you, if we trusted each other, if we had confidence in each other, and if we believe that a Ghanaian company can do the flyover, and we gave the contract to a Ghanaian company, the Ghanaian company will do the sections in Ghana, okay? He will buy the cement, the iron rods, our carpenters, our bricklayers, our masons, they will get jobs to do this work. And therefore, the $200 million spent in here, now these people have monies in their pocket. They want to go and buy bread. Mami Efia, who is selling bread, can now sell more bread. And because he's selling more bread, he needs more flour. And if we were not importing the flour and my sisters in the central region were producing the maize to do the flour, then you see what we call in economics the multiplier effect. So that's $200 million that we borrowed. If the multiplier is like 4 times, it becomes $800 million to benefit Ghana. Now, when these people finish the flyover and they go, okay, the flyover can be used, but now we have a loan of $200 million to pay. But because we gave the contract to a Ghanaian contractor, and he hired Ghanaians, and they became revenue earners, they were making salaries. Some of the activities that they partake in, they pay taxes. These tax revenues then go back to government, and government can use the tax revenue to pay for the loan. So by that simple analogy, you see that Borrowing is not wrong. Borrowing is something that can improve our economy, become a multiplier effect, give us that catalyst to get something going, get some people working. But if we don't like each other, we don't love each other, we don't have confidence in each other, and we keep giving these things to foreigners, then our loans cannot be paid because you have not created jobs in Ghana. So now, what do? We go and borrow some more to come and go and pay that loan. That's why we are in debt $43 billion. And the joblessness is still there. Our young people are coming from the universities without a job. So my brothers and sisters, all that I'm saying is that let's emulate the common sense approach to building a strong local economy, using the resources we already have in here, focusing on the welfare of the people, get the people involved, pay them well, and they will become the change agents. As our villages, if you wanted me to show you how to create jobs and all that, let me use it as an example. Let's say I have some 3 villages somewhere, and if you look at these villages, they are living in these mad houses. The school there is dilapidated, the teacher is not motivated, everything really doesn't look good for the future. So I go in there and I use the money of government, and let's say I till 5,000 hectares of land. 5,000 hectares of land with tractors and combines. Okay, I do my boreholes. I put the dormitories. Okay, I put schools there. I put a clinic. I put quarters for the teachers, and I move these villagers who are going to work on these farms over there. Right away, I have improved their lives. They are living in better conditions. Their children are going to go to good schools. The teachers are motivated because they have living quarters and they're going to be paid well. Now, these people will be motivated to work hard. You don't let them become lazy. If you don't work, I'll kick you out. They will be motivated to work hard. Now, you brought in my nephew who finished KNUS, you can get a job, studied biochemistry. He can come and work there. Whatever it is that they are growing, that we are going to package, the guy who studied graphic design, the labeling can come there. The guy who studied law at Legon, he can help it to write our sales contracts. You have created a litany of jobs, the linkages along the line. By the catalyst of government investment in changing the lives of these people and getting them to do something. Now, the activities that come out of this, whatever product that they are growing, if it's processed properly, can consume in Ghana, can pay for itself, and the rest to be exported. So we have to understand how to transform the face of Ghana. And this is what everybody is doing. You go to China, you go riding somewhere, you see a new city is developed. Nobody's living there now, but very soon they'll move the people there. Understand? We cannot have our villages continue to look the way they are and take them into the future. Look at our marketplaces, where we go and buy the food to eat. With the flies, the gutter is smelly. We are sitting there and we drive past it every day. We go there and buy the food and we don't change anything. How do we look at ourselves? Forget about how other people look at us. We must begin to change things ourselves. And I think leadership is important in setting the stage that to motivate all of us to see the right things to do and become a united, confident people and move for a better nation.
So you moved to Ghana and then started a business after you worked in the US for some time. If at that time, if it was this time and you were in the US working, would you be motivated to come to Ghana to start a business?
I don't think that it is hopeless to start a business in Ghana, even today. It's tough, but I don't want to paint the picture that everything is hopeless. No. But a good business person will calculate the pluses and the minuses and make decisions to how do I take care of the minuses, the negatives. What is my risk amelioration strategy? How do I? And there's a way to do that, And I also think that when you have a business, you're not going to do the business alone. You have to have employees. And if you treat employees well, for instance, If you pay them well, and they see that if they lose the job that they have with you, their life will be difficult, believe me, they will work for you. But a lot of times, just to be blunt, a lot of Ghanaians who are working, if you look at the salary, a lot of people's head is below the water. They can't breathe. So when they come to work, you don't have their 100% of their focus. Because at the end of the month, the money you're going to give to them cannot take care of everything. So they have to be thinking of something else to supplement their income. So, let's say you're doing free education, which is good. A lot of people are being educated, but the teacher's salary, his mind is not there. And therefore, the quality of education is given is not the best. So salary structure discussion must also come into the space. It's not just giving people a job, it's giving them a good paying job that will make their life become different, that will make them focus on the job. And you see, in that speech I gave to Popo, I said that a job is not just the income. A job is also an extension of the human being, his adventurism, his curiosity. You saw that recently, Facebook changed itself into metaverse. You see, these are the people who are thinking big things. Nanotechnology, the Internet of Things. There's a new book out, Homo Deus, man has become God. And you see all this transformation that is taking place. We in Africa must be careful, because gradually we are falling behind. And you get to a point, just like the gorilla and the chimpanzee, who are family members, pretty much extinguished. We can become lost species. So this is not a joke anymore. We need to structure our society in such a way that our young people can also have their fertile mind being agitated to be used to that. Kwame Nkrumah's time, we have the Atomic Energy Commission. By now, we should be in space. And let's not think that we cannot do that. We cannot think like that. We have to think that the brain God gave us is just as fertile. And with that kind of thinking, I think we will succeed in several areas.
Anyway, you've pointed out so many flaws and challenges in the system in the country, which most of the time we blame leadership for affecting it and all of that, and also having the mandate to make corrections and to change it. You lost global access, savings and loans. Was that as a result of the system?
I don't think so. Global access should not have been closed, but I'll come back at another time for a more in-depth interview like my brother Mohamed is doing. You see, all that I will say about that is this. Let's not destroy Ghanaian institutions. You see that on CNN, you see companies that have been 100 years old. They are talking about it. Now, if an institution, there's something wrong with the institution, some malfeasance is taking place in the institution, arrest the person and deal with the person. Don't kill Ghanaian institutions. It's a matter of the sense of community, the sense of we are in this together, the sense of these institutions, these Ghanaian-inspired native institutions have become a part of the strength of Ghanaian asset, and they must be protected. If there are people doing the wrong things there, the law must punish them. But don't kill you kill the Ghanaian institutions, you have given monopoly to the foreign banks. Government money is now in foreign banks, it's here and there. So all these things we are talking about, how do you move forward as a people when some of your people who are at the front doing these things, you are killing their institutions?
So was this a failure on your part, or it was
so not a failure of anybody's part. It's a failure of the logic. It's the failure of the logic of leadership. It's a failure of the people who were restructuring the banking system, not understanding the role of banking in the institution of a nation as to move forward. Not understanding that the natives of that society must be at the leadership front of moving the society forward, not foreigners. And if we don't begin to love ourselves as citizens of the nation, and protect each other and move forward, you kill Kofi Amon's business, me, I am fine. But the 250 people who had high-paying jobs, who are now sitting at home, most of them haven't gotten a job. How do you move forward? So At another time, you want to do in-depth, but we've already talked about that. But the point that I want to make on that, let's understand that Ghanaian institutions are tools with which we move forward as a people, and don't kill them. If individuals in there are corrupt, let the law get them and put them in jail. I'll be the first to vote for that, but don't kill the institution.
Okay, so as a successful businessman, I think it's important to say successful because you have a series of them, a lot of them. Have you ever failed in any business since you came to Ghana?
Failure is an asset. You just said that my company provides. Failure is an asset. Failure is a lesson. Without failure, you cannot define success. They are two of the same thing. So don't be afraid to fail. But don't go into business with the intention of failing. I mean, that's all. But don't be afraid to fail, because if you're afraid to fail, then you don't start anything. There are several people who are multi-billionaires who fail at some point in their initial stages, but they kept going and they kept going. So, but you learn from your mistakes and you get better.
What's the biggest amount of money you've ever lost in business?
Donald Trump said that the most money he ever lost were the deals he let go. Do you understand? Somebody comes to you with this great, you're going to make all this money and all of that, and you are supposed to invest this, and you don't invest. 2 years later, you see that they are down the drain. So I cannot, I don't relate to that. I relate to the excitement of business, and for me, profit is defined as society's thank you. Business is about solving a problem for society. I think people who go into business with the sole purpose of making money, they have problems. But if there's a problem in society that you want to solve, and you really focus on that, society's acceptance of the way you're solving the problem will become your profit. That is their thank you to you.
Words of wisdom. We'll be right back after this break, and we'll discuss more on creating jobs and how to build a wealthy nation. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Nyaho-Tamakloe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Dr. Kofi Amoah, and he is the founder and CEO of Progeny Ventures International. So we discussed a lot of things about business, creating jobs, and everything around that. And there's one question that keeps coming back to my mind, which is, what's the most viable business to go into right now in Ghana, which is going to bring people or young entrepreneurs more money?
Well, like I said, it's not about money. It's about fulfilling the need of society. That's what business is all about. But to succeed in business, one has to have, number one, passion for that which they want to do. I think to give a blanket answer that this is the way to go and all of that, if you don't have the passion and the interest and you're willing to sacrifice, it's not going to work. But as I said earlier on, we as a nation, we import a lot of things. And some of these things that we are importing, we are paying for them. So it means that there's money in Ghana to pay for these items. And therefore, if you are a local person and you have a passion for any of these items, and you can get together with a group of your friends and assemble the money and all the other resources to get into that, you have a chance. But as I said, I think the public sector, the government, must also look at these areas, these low-hanging fruits, where our own people can go and make a living and produce these items for Ghana. We must have a policy where they are protected. In other words, the competition coming from outside. Some countries are dumping. Dumping means that they are selling their products in Ghana below the cost, just to kill local competition. And you don't want to have that. So import substitution, anything that we are, like horseman shoes, so that we Ghanaians import a lot of shoes. Why don't I get into it and all of that? And that's why you are succeeding in the beginning. There's a lot of broni wau coming in there. Why? The concept of dead people's clothes. We are aware, and there has to be dignity in that area. So the clothing area is something, because people are buying clothes every day. But whatever area that fits your fancy, now you have the scale, you are willing to focus and sacrifice. It's not easy, but it's not difficult either. You can make it.
Is it advisable for an entrepreneur to go for a loan to start a business?
Well, of course, most businesses operate on loans. But as the entrepreneur, your job is to make the proper calculation that this loan I'm going to take at this interest rate, I can invest this money properly to yield a return and be able to pay it back. You don't want to go and borrow money you can't pay, then you lose your business. It's as simple as that. But loans are the engine of business. Obviously, if you have your own capital, or your father or your brothers and sisters can give you money to start, so you don't have to pay interest, then that's a better route. But don't be afraid to get a loan, but be afraid to use a loan to do something that cannot pay a return to pay it back.
And also quitting a job to start a new business. It's a risk, and a lot of people have tried, they failed, they've gone back to look for jobs. Is it also an advisable venture to quit a job, well-paying job? Because you've done that before. You quit your job and then you went into business.
And it failed.
It failed.
Yes.
So would you advise someone to start to do it again?
But I went again and it worked. So the thing is this. What is your ambition in life? There is nothing wrong in being an employee in a well-organized company where you're being paid well. And I tell young people, there are 3 ways to assess if you're doing the right thing. You are working in a company and they are not paying you enough and you are not learning anything. You're wasting your time. Leave. You're working in a company, you're being very well paid, but you're not happy. You have to decide how much the money is to you. You know. But if you're working in a company, the pay is not too bad, but the most important is that you are learning a lot. As a young person, you are learning a lot. You know, that's a good place for you. But if you have in your belly the interest to do something on your own, don't let anybody persuade you not to. Start it. The burning the belly in the stomach will be the engine that will push you. Because if you look at all these big companies, IBM, we just talked about that, Bill Gates, they was the dream of one person. The dream of one person. And in most cases, they failed several times before another one worked. So don't allow the fear of failure to stop you if you have that burning desire to do that. And in my company, it's the same thing. I mean, when I got involved, I couldn't sleep. You know, I have a dream, I'll get up and go and write it down. I'm taking a shower, a good idea comes, I'll get out of the shower, write it down. You must be possessed to succeed in business.
And is it important to have a network?
Very, very critical. A network is an extension of your good luck. You know, because if you are my friend and you have a friend and who has a friend and all of that, and you like my product, you know, most likely they will like. So you multiply yourself through network and all. But today's world with social media, on one platform you can easily reach a lot of people. So young people, it become much easier. On Twitter, I see people advertising things, you know, retweet for me. My next customer may be on your timeline. So all these new platforms are something that I think young people, you should look at and see how you can use them to benefit yourself.
And business now and business in the past, which era would you say is easiest to take off and be successful?
Zakwe, I think the strictures of business are timeless. They are the same. A business is structured to provide a service or a product to the public, to the market. And therefore, number one, what you're going to produce, is it needed? Number two, have you done your research? How much can you produce the product? And can you make a profit? Are there competition with you? And all of that. So those are the issues regarding business. I don't think the businesses that operated 100 years ago are any that different. The only difference may be the level of technological involvement. You know, they were doing it this way 10, 15 years ago. Now they're doing the same thing a different way because there's a new technology that brings the cost down. It makes it more efficient. And so those are the issues that come in when you're comparing timelines.
You have a rich history, and you were the chairman of the local organizing committee for the country in 2008 in Ghana.
Correct.
You also worked as the president of the normalization committee of the GFA, and so many other things that you've done. Are there, or is there any book coming out? Are you working on a documentary about your story?
Yes.
A book?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. We have to tell the story to motivate our younger people, to give them the confidence that they too. I expect Ghanaian young people to perform much bigger than I ever could. But you see, let me use myself to tell a story here. Looking for a way to send some little money to my mother, so I have peace of mind when I was in the US. I didn't have a lot of money, but some $200 to my mother. That's why, you know, you send it to the post office. They have X-ray eyes. You know, I mean, so I was restless because I knew I had to find a way to send this money to my mother. And this is where I discovered Western Union. But I want Ghanaian young people to listen carefully. Just discovering Western Union didn't do the trick. Western Union itself didn't have the technology that to make it work in Africa. You understand what I'm saying? I took it upon myself. I must have talked to about 100 engineers around the world. What other technology can be used in Africa to make this work? And when I got that, then it opened up the market of this money transfer for the African continent. And billions and billions and billions of dollars, more billions for money transfer than is in foreign direct investment that have come in. The follow-up of that is this Momo thing that we have. Through the Western Union money transfer thing, then the people in Kenya are like, okay, it's okay for money to come from the US and all of that. But what about if I want to send money from Kenya, from Nairobi to Mombasa, from here to Kisumu? So that internal money transfer using the telephone platform has become the envy even of the West. Africans have created that. So one invention leads to another. And the point I'm making is that we too have the brains and the curiosity and the energy to be able to come up with things that can also revolutionize the world. And don't let anybody dissuade you that as for us, we have to sit and wait for the Western people to dictate to us. We need to become resurgent. Because if the Malaysians can do it, the Singaporeans can do it, we too can do it. But the only way we are going to do it is we have to think properly. Become united, love each other, trust each other, do business with ourselves, and let everything that God has given us be the vehicle through which we rise up.
Are you mentoring any business potentials or prospects right now?
Several people come to me for advice, yes.
Okay. So what's your biggest achievement in your business, which you would never forget?
Oh, biggest achievement? I mean, I don't know if
there are so many of them.
There's something like biggest achievement. I'm proud of revolutionizing the remittance business for Africa. That when I travel to Africa and I see the signs there all over the different countries, has created hundreds of thousands of jobs across the continent. And any of you young people can do that 10 times more than I did. You just have to pick something that you're interested in and delve yourself into it, and you'll be successful.
So finally, your final or concluding remarks on creating wealth and also creating jobs in this country. What final advice would you give?
I would say that if you ask the question, why is it that we are struggling? then the right question I think that must be asked is that why have other nations made it? What did they do that we are not doing? You know, I think that will begin to paint the right picture for us. And when you look at it, other nations use the resources God gave them, their people and their land, as in beginning stages. And that's why I keep saying that we cannot forget the 91,000 square miles that the good Lord has given us, the 5 degrees above the equator, the sunshine. The Chinese have made solar energy, making billions of dollars out of it. Some of these areas, we should participate in it. But regardless of what is happening to us, if leadership focuses on putting our people to work, whatever we have to do to put our people to work and our land to work, Ghana will become a very rich nation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kofi Amon, for coming to the Lowdown. And this has been an exciting episode of the Lowdown. We'll be back next Monday with very interesting interviews. Watch us on GhanaWeb TV. That's www.ghanaweb.tv, and you can find all our interesting programs. And also follow us on YouTube on GhanaWeb TV, and we stream live on Facebook. This is the Lowdown. My name is Nyaho-Tamakloe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
It's all about the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. It's happening here on the 27th of November 2021. We're hitting the streets of Accra to interact with drivers and to share some educational material. Our starting point is at Legon Precinct and we'll end at East Legon. The time is 6 a.m. My name is Eche Atisu and I'm host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Let's do this.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Venom Mineral Water, and the Lish Restaurants.
Mr. Speaker, donors are providing 88.40% of the budget. Is this a serious country? You rely on donors for water supply and sanitation, so that donors should give 88% of your budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are all in this country. And like that musician said, Roma Eshe, and we are all in it. No matter how Ghana is boiling, whether you are NDC or MPP, we are also in Ghana. And the Speaker, what I want to say again in the water sector is that Ghana has a lot of water resources. So I don't see why we should be struggling to deliver water to our people. But you see, when you have leaders that are not serious, this is what happens. Before NDC left office, Mr. Speaker, we delivered over 1,000 boreholes to the people of Ghana. This government in 2020, the 2020 budget, paragraph 800 of the 2021 budget. Mr. Kenoff, right away he came to deliver the statement. He told us that they were going to deliver 622 boreholes. 654 boreholes. And that out of the 654 boreholes, they were going to get 622 fitted with hand pumps. Mr. Speaker, 2022 budget, the same statement is repeated. Mr. Speaker, what is baffling so much is that in the 2021 budget, they indicated they had already delivered 535 boreholes. 2022 budget, they said they have delivered 533 boreholes. Which of them should we believe? Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to start labeling some of the paragraphs as scam alert. And for me, if you all agree with me, this whole budget statement, we can print boldly on net and let Ghanaians know that it is a scam. And so scam alert. That should be the title for this. Or better still, 419 budget. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians deserve better. The group of people that are leading the country now, they came into office lying to the people of Ghana that they could do better. They came to office telling people that they could perform better than John Dramani Mahama and his team. Today, they have led the team, and even the leader of the economic team, who has now become a pious pastor, Reverend Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the church elder, he looks straight into the eyes of congregants and tells them that they are delivering to the people of Ghana. Yet you go out and it's only difficulty. Mr. Speaker, the President Akufo-Addo, told Ghanaians that he was going to make Accra the cleanest city in Africa. Mr. Speaker, take a stroll to town and you see some of the portions, some of the areas of Accra, and you regret for paying your taxes. Mr. Speaker, sanitation tax. My people in Solatona Kalba constituency, the people of Soma, the people of Beneire, the people of Kalba, who do not contribute to the front in Accra, are forced to pay taxes. Let me sound a word of caution to the minister, Honorable Abna, Honorable Cecilia Dapa, that when she is coming before the committee, she should be prepared to let us know where every cedi they collected went to. We must let the people who paid these taxes get to know. Let me shout, Ayashi. So I have to let people know that Kroma Ayashi. Yes, we are suffering. Bawumia had a song that the whole country we were all responding to. Ghanaians are suffering, women are suffering, children are suffering. We are suffering. Honorable Yabuama, we are suffering, and that is why I'm telling you. We are suffering. If you are not aware, if you are here, we are suffering. Mr. Speaker, the challenges in Ghana are too enormous. This is a government that we can describe as the most insensitive government of our time. Why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? Looking at the budget for 2022, before the Minister of Finance came to present the budget, we all heard the sad news in Volta region. The people of Keta, the people of Anglo. The Speaker, the Minister came to present a statement here without capturing anything about the sea defense walls in Volta region.
Yes.
The Blekisu Sea Defense Wall, it was started in 2015 and completed in 2019. The Speaker, when we went to visit the community to see the extent of work done at Blekisu, fortunately that day, Mr. Speaker, your committee was there with the minister in charge, Honorable Atachian, and Honorable Atachian, in his own words, told the people of Volta region that they were going to continue with the phase 2 as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, we are in 2021, getting to 2022. It took the leader of the majority side to bring a minister to come and tell the people of Ketu when Ketu and Keta when the phase 2 of the sea defense will be started. Mr. Speaker, we are all surprised at the answer the minister came to give. This is what we describe as leadership that is not sensitive to the people that they serve. Mr. Speaker, the budget of 2022 never captured a single sea defense wall. The budget of 2022 never talked about how they are going to protect the people who live around the coast. Even the projects that NDC started, that this government came to continue, they have not indicated that they're going to source funding for us to continue with those projects. It is sad. Mr. Speaker, let me say something briefly on drainage. Mr. Speaker, your own budget, this is a report that was submitted to this Honorable House, performance audit report of the Auditor General on the provision of flood control drains. Mr. Speaker, it was submitted to this House in July of this year. This report laments so much about the performance of this government. The insensitivity that we are seeing now. Mr. Speaker, government owes a lot of contractors. Government has not been able to pay contractors who work on drainage. Mr. Speaker, government intentionally delayed payment of contractors. Go to town and see. You those who have big drains around your constituency, go and see. They are all choked. 2021, we could not work on drains. 2022, We still have these challenges. And so, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when we hear our colleagues on this side hailing this budget, hailing the president, hailing the vice president, I wonder whether when they get back to their constituencies, they don't listen to their constituents. Yes. If you do listen to your constituents, you realize that this budget, like Honorable Doyo, my leader said, it belongs to the dustbin. Oh, it doesn't belong here because it doesn't carry any good message to the people of Ghana. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'm not concluding yet. I want to talk about housing because you people came again 2017-2018. I sat on the committee, Western Housing Committee. I moved with Honorable Atacha a lot. And Mr. Speaker, this government came, started commissioning projects that the ADC, led by President John Mahama, started. Yes. When they came, they were only commissioning. And at a point, our own president was on salt cutting spree. Yes. He was just going about cutting salt. Mr. Speaker, all the salt that the president cut, has he been able to commission one project? No. This is what we call insensitivity. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the housing sector faces a lot of challenges. Ghana, we have a housing deficit of over 2 million. And Mr. Speaker, the recent population census that was carried out tells us we have about 30.8 million people. And Mr. Speaker, the structures captured by the population census says we have over 10 million structures. And Mr. Speaker, out of these 10 million structures, about 20% of them are either wooden structure or metal structures. So it tells you that Ghanaians are in dire need of houses. And here's the case, we have houses that were built by a government. Then a government came and those houses are left to rot. So wicked. This is wickedness. This is wickedness. And so, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are fed up with this government. Ghanaians do not know when 2024 will come. So they will throw Akufo-Addo and his Bamia out of the country. We can't continue to live under this government that do not care about the people that put them to power. All they care about is their own comfort. All they care about is traveling up and down. All the president cares about it is, and when you say this, it pains people. People get up and want to interact. It is a fact that our president pays so much on his travels. He should cut down those travels and build houses for Ghanaians to live. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by calling on all of us to throw away this budget. Yes. All of us to throw away this budget because it doesn't carry anything good for the people of. Yes, Mr. Speaker, someone is shouting Sagaleme. Yes, we did something that we call Sagaleme. Beat your chest and tell Ghanaians what you also did. Yeah. We built something we call Sagaleme for people to live in, but because of your wickedness, but because you do not have concern for the people who put you there. Sagaleme housing project, beautiful editing. Get there and see how they are. They are left to rot. And so if you are shouting Sagaleme, let me tell you, also go and build something and name it. Yeah. You came into power riding on lies. Now, the whole country, the whole world, they have seen the kind of leadership that we have.
President, your pregnancy is exposed.
Mr. Speaker, that I should tell you that your pregnancy is exposed. Yeah. And so, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I call on the House to reject this budget that does not carry anything, doesn't have any solution for the people of Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Senior.
Honorable Amankwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to your motion on the floor. that is the approval of the budget statement of the economic policy of the government for the year ending 2022. Mr. Speaker, I would use this opportunity to thank the President of the nation, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the able manner that he handled the COVID-19 in our schools, especially the senior high school, when they were having their final exams, they were sick. During the time, Mr. Speaker, the President fed all the students, both public and private, with one hot meal a day for several weeks. That is the mark of a good leader who never discriminates. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, infrared thermometers were given out to schools. They also fumigated and disinfected many of the schools and other logistics. Nose masks were given to all schools, reusable ones, of course, and it did help. Many are those who thought the COVID will break out in our schools. The doomsayers were there when it happened to Accra Girls' School, when some few students had COVID in those days. People cried for closure of schools. I would like to use this opportunity also to thank the headmasters and headmistresses who had the outbreak but were able to control them. My regards go to the President for such an able management of the COVID. Mr. Speaker, education is a universal investment in human beings. Universal investment, not Ghana investment. Every government, everywhere in the world, makes sure that it provides quality education. Apart from investment in education, it is also a value resource for the economic benefit of all nations. Mr. Speaker, education, apart from its significance of being an economic resource, it is also a good in itself and a basic fundamental human right. Mr. Speaker, that's why governments all over the world pursue education with alacrity. Mr. Speaker, education does not exist in a vacuum, I must say so. It thrives, Mr. Speaker, in a structured condition of physical infrastructure and material resources. This is critical. Material and physical infrastructure resources is what we need to give a quality education to every member of every nation. The dichotomy is clear, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the schools in the advanced countries, we can perfectly say that they are far more better than our schools. And therefore, the economies are very, very good and better than our economies. Why does it happen so? Because they take pains to invest in education. Why? How would they have money to invest in education? It all comes from the people who live in the country. It comes from nowhere than the people. Mr. Speaker, I will use this opportunity to introduce the teacher to the equation of our quest to look out for good education for our people. Mr. Speaker, prior to now, in the previous government, teachers who came out of colleges and taught for 3 years were paid for only 3 months. They were paid for only 3 months. Now, you work for 2 years, 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, you are paid for your full days of work. This is the mark of a good government. Mr. Speaker, there have been several improvements in the life of a teacher as far as this government is concerned. Mr. Speaker, training colleges are now giving out BEDs. Now they do 4-year program that leads to a full degree. Now we have changed the type of teacher that we want to be in our schools. Teachers are being trained well. Mr. Speaker, just last year we employed over 20,000 teachers, bringing them up to 93,000 students, 93,000 teachers since this government came to power. Good. Mr. Speaker, where were the 93,000 teachers? And where were they posted to? And the schools that they were posted to during the previous government, weren't they in existence? They were in existence. They were in existence. They had no teachers. In my constituency, for instance, in the previous administration of NDC, 8 classrooms had only 2 or 3 teachers. The classrooms were empty, the teachers were not there. This government has tried to fill all the classrooms, though not complete, yet we think that what this government has done, employing 93,000 teachers to take our appointments to go into the empty classrooms, is a mark that we have to commend. Mr. Speaker, what again do we say we have improved the teacher? We always say that not until we motivate the teacher, not until the teacher is robust in the classroom, not until the teacher has given the required material and ability, we will always continue to suspect the academic purity of our students. And it is true indeed. That is why this government has taken upon itself to make sure that we train the teachers and send them to the classroom. This year, next year, government is employing 16,850 teachers to classrooms. Again, it's going to fill places of those who will go on pension, those who will leave out, and the extra classrooms that are not being filled. This is the mark of good governance. Mr. Speaker, I will go on to free senior higher education. Or one may ask, has this educational improvement come out with any benefits? Yes, the maths and science program that is currently going on depicts clearly that this government is not only looking up to the schools that you know, the renowned schools, but to all schools in Ghana. Keta Secondary School, look at where they are now. Look at Chemu Secondary School. These are secondary schools that are not that are not in the mainstream educational life, that people would even like their work to go. But because of good education, because of good investment in the education sector, these boys and girls are coming out and bringing out what they have for the whole world to see. Mr. Speaker, if there is any one thing that has happened to the landscape of this nation, then it's the free senior high school. Yes. People don't want to hear free senior high school, but they enjoy it. Yes. People don't want to hear it, but they enjoy it. How do we have free senior high school? No government takes out money, from his own coffers to do what? To promote free senior high school. The citizens will have to pay for senior high school. Mr. Speaker, senior high school, as I've said, is one thing that has happened to our landscape that we should continue to thank this president for making sure that it comes on no matter what. Many are those doomsayers who said senior high school cannot thrive. Mr. Speaker, because of the challenges, some challenges that the senior high school faces. In any development, in any new development, when it is teaching, inchoate, when it's something new, it's bound to face difficulties. But the mark of a good leader is how these problems will be solved and his will carried out. Because it is good, Mr. Speaker, many are those of us who are here, whose classmates couldn't go up again from where they left them. Form 4, Form 2, Class 6 in those days. And even in JSS, they couldn't pursue any more education. But they are always counting senior high school. This is the magnanimity of the president, seeing that he wouldn't like this to happen again. Coming from the rural area, president said no. I wouldn't have to hear that because my father died, because the resourceful person in my family died, or because my mother was not there or my grandmother was not there, I couldn't pursue education. Education is something that should cost every citizen in this nation, and we have to buy that cost. We have to buy into education. Gone are the days where one had, did it for many people. No. Now if you want to win, you have to include the services, the intelligence, the knowledge of all, so that you can move the people along. It is said that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with the people. The president is going along with the youth. They are our future. We live for them. If we don't prepare them now for good education, it's going to cost this nation that we can even not fancy. Jeffrey Thomas, a USA president, once said that if you think education is expensive, let us wait and see these young guys grow to become burden on the society, and you will look at the expense that it will cost us to bring them to the law. Education is something that we have to do to change our existence. Once education is good, everything in the country can go on well. There will be a perfect understanding. And when you speak to people who don't sometimes go to school and don't want to change their mind, you see that there's a remarkable difference between what they say and what you intend doing for him or for her. Nelson Mandela once said that if there is education is the most important weapon that we can use to change the world. Therefore, that is to change Ghana. We cannot say education is expensive, but we want it. Once we say so, then we are not being truthful to ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I'll go on to Get Fund. Get Fund is one thing that has happened to the landscape of education that is very, very good. The syndicated loan plus the bond by Dachi is what is making the game changer in the physical infrastructure provision in the education landscape. Mr. Speaker, about 881 schools were constructed at the basic level. As I speak, over 613 are fully completed and are in use. The senior high school, the combustion of our educational system, had 964 schools, and as I speak now, over 700 have been completed. Mr. Speaker, over 677,400 desks have been, furniture have been supplied to the Ministry of Education. Now the ministry, with the help of GhanaWeb, is funding laptops for 280,000 junior secondary school and secondary school children. Why do we say that this government is not doing well in education? This government has done that which no other government has done. Look at the many schools that they have built. Mr. Speaker, GhanaWeb raised an amount of 2.7 billion from the syndicated and the bond program, and it is that which is making the change in the physical infrastructure provision in our schools. Mr. Speaker, I can never end if I don't speak about CODVET, and TVET is changing us. This is what we have to say about COVID. It is the practical situation where students can go and have
your time is up. Can you wind up?
Mr. Speaker, the government has spent over $1 million in the provision of infrastructure, tools, and machinery to the Cuthbert Institute, and it is changing the world. It is changing Ghana. Mr. Speaker, if we can change everything like that, then the Ghana will be a place to work. I would appeal to my colleagues to vote massively for this for this budget, and we cannot.
Your time is up. Thank you. Taking a list of it. Taking. Honorable Kwame Government Sagbeja.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget. Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record. I don't understand why my chairman always wants to speak after me. Normally, the chairman should speak and the ranking should respond. But systematically, he wants to speak after me. So I'll take the lead. He can come and respond to me. Mr. Speaker, we have been told by the President that we are in tight situation, that we should all tighten our belts so that we can develop the country. But Mr. Speaker, while the Finance Minister is telling us this, the President was on holiday in a foreign country. Mr. Speaker, I don't know any father who is so broke, cannot provide food for the children, cannot pay school fees, but the only thing he thinks about is to take a luxurious holiday elsewhere. That cannot be a good father. Mr. Speaker, the solution to the mess in which Dr. Baumia and President Akufo-Addo have put us is not to introduce more tax. It's to do what we call prudence. Prudence is what will take us out of this. By today, by the end of this week, the President will bring a bill to this country. That bill would include the renting of a luxurious presidential jet. Yet my grandmother in the village is told that the small monies I sent to you to do Momo, it will be taxed, so that the President will travel more. Yet we are not going to do that one. Mr. Speaker, this Dr. Baumia tax is very retrogressive. Mr. Speaker, just to limit myself to road and transport. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my very good colleague, Honorable Mafo, talking about how paperless port and other things have been done recently. Mr. Speaker, somebody did the building of the port. President Mahama built the port, and you said you were bringing what? Paperless port. Mr. Speaker, guess what? After the introduction of the paperless port, the cost of carrying goods at the port is now more expensive than it used to be, Mr. Speaker. So the point is, we would have been better with the paper port under the previous regime, because your paperless port has actually increased the cost of doing business at the port. So what has it added? Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the transport sector, Mr. Speaker, the only thing I say is that they haven't had enough, how do you call it, allocation. The only thing that the Minister of Aviation told us was to bring Ghana Airways back. It's in the budget. That by the end of 2021, we will see Ghana Airways back. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Ghana Airways is nowhere to be found. So that is another promise made and cannot be fulfilled. When it comes to railway, Mr. Speaker, yes, this House agreed on some loans and other things, but yes, we are still under construction. None of those projects is yielding any fruit yet. Mr. Speaker, let me come to roads, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are going into the third year of roads. What we have seen, Mr. Speaker, after a record borrowing of a single government, a record tax collected by a single government, what we have seen is a non-performance on the road in the road sector. Mr. Speaker, we have record incompetence, record of talking, sloganeering, and everything, Mr. Speaker. The only thing the government can tout is that they have done asphaltic overlay in few places. Some regions didn't even get 1 millimeter of asphalt. So where is your record, Mr. Speaker, after borrowing billions? Mr. Speaker, let's go to the budget itself. When you take the budget, page 877, the minister is still having courage to present what Sino Hydro has been doing. In 2021, they told us, for instance, Accra Inner City Road, contractor mobilizing. 2022, commencement day delayed. Contractor was mobilizing in 2021. 2022 is delayed. Mr. Speaker, Kumasi Inner City Roads, 2021, contractor mobilizing. 2022, commencement delayed. Mr. Speaker, when you come to a new one, Mr. Speaker, you see that in 2021, the dualization of Go Main Road, 55%. In 2022, dualization of Go Main Road, 53%. Mr. Speaker, what kind of statistics is this? In 2021, you achieved 55% completion. In 2022, you are going to achieve 53%. It is only Dr. Bawumia that can do these statistics. Mr. Speaker, let's come to the road. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our roads, Mr. Speaker, the summary that Honorable Opon Nkrumah gave in the House 2 days ago is very succinct. He said, and I quote, "You will see demonstrations in every constituency every day across the country because their roads are bad." That is the summary of our roads in this country. And it was said by Honorable Opon Nkrumah. And I agree with him entirely that this is the nature of our road. And what are we doing about our roads, Mr. Speaker? The government systematically goes on to come to this House and put very little money in the budget, but then go outside and speak a lot about what they are doing. Mr. Speaker, people forget that in the 2021 budget, the amount left in the budget for the real road construction was just about 1 billion Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, this budget is reporting that road fund approved almost 2 billion Ghana cedi this year. Guess what? Only 1 billion of that is given to the road fund. So the reason I say the solution to the mess in which Dr. Bawumia placed us is not more taxes, it's prudence. If you take 2 billion from Ghanaians that want to fix roads, and then you use capping law and take 1 billion out and give them 1 million, even if you bring e-levy and we give you 10 trillion, you take half away out of capping. That is why you don't deserve 1 cedi extra in terms of tax revenue. All you deserve is prudence. Mr. Speaker, out of that, the government has left the biggest ever debt in the road sector, over 8 billion owed to Ghanaian contractors, and this budget doesn't even have one sentence as to how you are going to pay these contractors. These contractors will recruit more people than NACO, will recruit more people than the so-called U-Start. The solution to job creation in this country is not to recruit young people to the police, immigration, or military. It is to empower the private sector so they are recruited. If you pay the contractors, all those people will find jobs in the private sector. In any case, you claim only 800,000 people are on the government payroll. When are we going to get to 2 million people in terms of the recruitment, how many people you can pay? So stop lying to the people of this country. Government can never use any of the things, use that or NAPO to recruit enough people. Mr. Speaker, let me get to the motorway. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad today. Extremely sad. Not too long ago, the finance minister came here and read the budget. Mr. Speaker, whilst he was reading the budget, there were our compatriots who were around the toll booths in this country plying their own job. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister came here and claimed that, actually he used it as an achievement, that they have achieved, Mr. Speaker, listen, 50% of the people who are collecting the tolls at our barriers are disabled people. The finance minister stood here and used it as an achievement. Only did the people know that he was about to sack all of them. You You sack the people. You can be so heartless. You sack the people, yet you put it in your budget as an achievement. This morning, those disabled people, those young mothers, fathers who have been selling around the toll booth, show me where they are working this morning that you are using them as an achievement in your budget. Where are they working? How heartless can you be as a government? Mr. Speaker, to add to it, the road minister is a senior member of this house, Mr. Speaker. I take strong exception to the fact that he beat a law in this country. He beat a law by arrogating to himself the right to determine whether we collect taxes or not. And when Mr. Speaker gave a directive that the road minister, who is also a lawyer, should backtrack and do the right thing, the road minister refused. Rather, senior members of the New Patriotic Party have sought to denigrate this house. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, Black Rasta said something about this house. He was held before here. So what is the difference between what Black Rasta did and what John Boydu did in Central Region? By telling you, Mr. Speaker, that if you want to collect the tolls, you should go to the toll booth and collect the tolls yourself. Why is John Boydu not being held before Parliament? The senior minister said that if Mr. Speaker doesn't know that the road minister can refuse to collect the tax, then Mr. Speaker doesn't know what he's doing. Let me ask. Listen, let me ask you. What is the difference between what we did to Professor Dobu and senior minister? Mr. Speaker, why is Mr. Senior Minister not being held before this house for his misconduct against this house? Mr. Speaker, if we don't take action against John Boydu and senior minister in the future, it will be difficult for any citizen to understand why Parliament will bring them here to be able to do something. Mr. Speaker, I challenge this house to make sure that John Boydu and senior minister are held before the privileges committee of this house. Mr. Speaker, let me go on to say this. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the road minister suggested that under the PPP, the contract for the Accra-Temamoto-Way financial closure has been achieved. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that that contract is an illegitimate contract. Motor Angels is a foreign company. Motor Angels, under the original PPP agreement, was supposed to bring money for them to do this work. As we speak, Motor Angels cannot raise even $1. Yet the minister has gone ahead to sign a contract claiming that Ghana Infrastructure Fund will fund this job. Mr. Speaker, for the past 3 years, President Akufo-Addo hasn't paid $1 into the Ghana Infrastructure Fund. So where is the money in the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund for you to do this? Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something that is very, very wrong with the contract. If you see the discussions they had at the negotiation level, Mr. Speaker, let me read out to you. The committee is saying that the contract price of 570 million Ghana cedis, dollars, has been jacked up by 39%. Mr. Speaker, it is in the contract that the ministry is saying that the contract price quoted by Motor Angels is 39% more than the ministry's own figure. Yet the minister went ahead and signed a contract including the 39%. What is the interest of the minister and the MPP in this? If you yourself declares that contract has been inflated by 39%, how did you sign that contract, Mr. Speaker? Secondly, we are told that the minister says there will be local content. Mr. Speaker, the minister stood here and told us that Ghanaian contractors are not capable of doing this work. So how come he's offering them 40%? If they can do 40%, why can't they do 100%? Mr. Speaker, in the contract there's no local content impact as part of the agreement. There's no local content as part of the Motor Angels contract. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, my point is very simple. The road sector has suffered a lot. All we've seen so far as part of the over 8 billion that we owe the contractors, which are not being paid. Mr. Speaker, the road minister is unable to account for the reason he stopped the collection of over 10 million Ghana cedi by the end of December. Because we get 210,000 Ghana cedis every day at the toll booth from the day he stopped it, because that is scientific. By the time we get to 31st December, we would have lost 10 million Ghana cedis. That is equivalent to 20 cheap compound with staff accommodation. Yet the finance minister, including our colleague is sitting here, cannot tell the road minister that you claim you are broke. Yet you've given him the opportunity to collect 10 million Ghana cedis. You said we will not collect it. The Speaker of Parliament should go to the toll booth and collect it. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I have no reason to believe that this government has lost its track. This government is not on course, and the e-levy tax has nothing to do with development of this country. It's just to give more money to the government to keep waiting. And for this reason, I call on all people in this country to support Parliament. For the Speaker to insist that the right thing is done. And all those members of the New Patriotic Party who want to undermine the Speaker by telling him to go and collect the toll booth should know that the days are coming where the powers that be, the principalities that work to undermine the Parliament shall fall, and Parliament will be able to stand and do whatever we are supposed to do. For this reason, I call on every member of this House to vote massively against this budget. It is not in the interest of our people. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'll say, Honorable Kennedy, I'll say, Nyaku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to my main subject, I would like to address some falsehood that my colleague, Rankin, just peddled in the room here. It's going everywhere. I'm sure a lot of people outside who are watching, following the conversation or the discussion in this room, because of maybe that kind of falsehood that my colleague has passed on. He made mention, he was categorically stated that no money, this government has not paid a penny into the gift account. As if he doesn't even have a copy of the budget. Or he didn't read it. Or he didn't even read the budget. Go to page 230. I suppose you look at grants infrastructure fund. Go and see how much they've given to, you're going to give. About 337 million. Is that? Don't you have a copy? Mr. Speaker, I'll put it there. That is the stock of trade of my colleague. That is how he behaves. So I will pardon him for that. He also again said, under this government is owing contractors to the tune of 8 billion. Let me tell you, that 8 billion arrears that we are talking about is started. We still have IPCs way back, which is dated from 2010. It's there. Go to road fund. Go to road fund. So if you come and sit here and create them, but let me go on with my substantive submission. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the people of this country, every time, they have to know the truth. And it is important that we set the record straight when it comes to road infrastructure in this country. I'm going to demonstrate for Ghanaians to know, if we want to assess the performance of the NDC government, the 4 years, and the Akufo-Addo government, we know who is doing what. No, 8 years. 8 years. No, let me limit it to 4 years. I want to limit it to 4 years. That is former President John Mahama. 10 years. I want to limit it to 8. Mr. Speaker, if you want to know, since independent, the MPP government, led by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we have made the largest investment in road sector. No government in the history of this country. No government. No government. No government. And I'm talking about capital expenditure. CapEx. I'm not talking about any other expenses. Mr. Speaker, for the 5 years that we have been in government, for the past 5 years, we have invested in capital expenditure, in road infrastructure in this country. 6.4, a total of 6.4 billion. 6.4 billion. Why is what? Where is the data? You don't have budgets. You are a member of parliament. When you come to this house, your first assignment is to make sure that when you are handed over budget, you read it. Read and you know that this government, Mr. Speaker, the NDC inherited a total road network in this country of 69,000 from President Kufuor in 2009. When they left office, 8 years after 8 years, our total road network was just about 73,000 kilometers. They added only 4. They expanded our road network by 4,000. These are records in there. You don't need to, from your own budget. Go to your own budget. All roads that you have done, it is in there from 2013 to 2016. Mr. Speaker, within 4 years, let me even add 1 year to make it 5 years of a Kufuor tenure. We have expanded our road network from the 73 that we inherited from you currently to 80,000 kilometers. 7,000 additional. We have expanded it. Mr. Speaker. So when you come here, when we are talking about road, even the 4,000 kilometers that they were able to add to our total road network in this country, you know how much they were able to even reconstruct it, do proper construction and put bitumen surfacing on it. They were able to do a total of 1,068 kilometers. In 8 years, 1,068 kilometers. 500 of that kilometers were just for bitumen surfacing, and 568 was for asphalt. I want to tell you, within that 4 years, though we have expanded our road network by 7,000. You know how much within that 4 years we have been able to work on? We are talking about 3,800. No government in even this city have been able to done or tar the road for 3,000 kilometers for 4 years. No government. It's only under President Kufuor that we are able to do it. So when you come to this room and you go to your constituency, you ask your people, demonstrate. The roads are not good. Go on demonstration. You painted the picture. You told the whole world that President Mahama has done majority of our roads, and that go to your people and you started everybody. And we have solved the road problem in this country. Can you solve the road problem in this country? No. Out of the total road network, do you know how many of the kilometers are bad in this country? We need money to fix this road. You are aware, you are a ranking member. Ghanaians are listening. You know that out of these 80,000 kilometers that we are talking about, almost about 45,000 of these kilometers are in poor shape, and we need to solve it. How do you want the government to solve it? You should go and borrow money. You should go to external credit facility so that you can down the debt. We are increasing it. Is that how we build nation? You travel, you go to America. You travel, you go to Europe. Is that how they build their roads? No. They go to other foreign countries to take money to build their roads. No. We have to be sincere to ourselves as members of parliament. You can't come and sit here and paint yourself as a pirate. When you go, you are claiming you want roads to your constituency. You want government to go and construct roads to your constituency. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about road records in this country, the NDC should be the last political party to talk about road issues in this country. This year, in 2022, government has increased its capital expenditure into the road sector by 108%. 108%. You don't even know. He has increased it by 108% if you compare to the 2021 budget that was given to the road sector. But you see, you need to do your own analysis. They will not state it for you. Go to the appendices. Go and put it together. That is why you have been given to the budget. Sit down and analyze it, read it, and compile the figures. And you know. Mr. Speaker. Mr. In total, money that is going to capital expenditure in the road sector. I'm not saying any other expenditure, capital expenditure. We are going to use that money to construct roads. We are going to use it. They have allocated in total the one that is coming from ABFA, the one coming from GOD, the one coming from external credit facility, which we call it DP, donor funding, which government has programmed. That is also, we are going to have about 3.9 billion going to the road sector. Mr. Speaker, I've seen my ranking. I've seen my ranking. My ranking is shaking his head. Let me tell you, you can go to Appendix 4A, item 24. Go and check the columns. Government has three. When it comes to the infrastructure, I'm just letting you educate. When it comes to the infrastructure of this infrastructure project in this country, government has three main sources of funding. The DP, the one that you use, we call it, we normally take it from the external credit facility. The one from the oil money, okay, and the one that will also come from our own consolidated fund. And this one, we put it together. Mr. Speaker, the 3.9 that we are talking about, the 3.9 billion that we are talking about, it represents, if we are to find the percentage that represents of the total capital expenditure in the budget, we are talking about 23.7%. No government in the history has spent 23.7% of its capital expenditure or its expenditure on roads, capital expenditure on roads. And you come and sit here. This is a clear demonstration by the Akufo-Addo government that when we come to tackling bad road, fixing bad road in this country, they have every constituency, every district at heart. That is the more reason why he has come to you. That yes, I've heard of our members, not from your side alone, even from our side too, who are crying that let us get our road to fix. The last time I was asked that how much approximately do you think if we are to construct our roads in this country, the bad one, is it going to cost this country? With just a rough estimate, we all know how much a kilometer of road costs if it is a bitumen surfacing, if it is about asphalt, if it is about dual carriage asphalting. We know how much it costs in this country. We will need no less than, this country will need no less than $60 billion to fix all bad roads in this country. Where do you want the country to go and find that $16 billion to fix all those countries? So I will be able to fix our road 100% in this country. We don't have that money. Even if it is reduced, even if that 16 billion is reduced to even $4 billion, do we have the money to do it? Why do you want the government to go and find the money? Mr. Speaker, that is why we all need to be very careful. The kind of pronouncement that we make about this budget, we have to be very careful, because when we are making this pronouncement, it will be very difficult for you tomorrow to go to any place. Can you go to the minister lobbying for project to road for your constituency? Which money do you want that minister to use to award that contract for you so that you get your road fixed? I'm not sure all of us in this room will be able to go to the minister that gets my road fixed for me. But some will have the privilege to go. Others will not have the privilege. So that is why it is important that government said that I have listened to the concern and the plight of the people. I'm trying to find a way that we can be able to mitigate this problem. And one of the ways that we can use to mitigate this problem is that let us find a new and innovative way to get revenue to be able to solve this problem. And government comes out that, okay, let us do a year levy. A year levy. This money, for the first time, and I have demonstrated that government has increased its budget, which is going to the infrastructure CapEx for road sector for almost about 108%. Last year, the total allocation they gave it to us for infrastructure CapEx, which you are aware, was only 1 billion. This year, if you put all this together, let me even take even DP, the donor partners, let me take that figure out and focus on ABFA and GOG for CapEx. We are talking about 1.75%. The 1.75%, do you know how much we represent? We are talking about an increase of 2021 budget by 80%. We are increasing it, our budget. So the 2022 budget have gone up. It is there. Please, I've asked you to go to 4A, appendix 4A. You will see it there. Mr. Speaker, so it is important that we appreciate that effort are being made to resolve and solve our problem. Good roads, it is the gateway, or let's say it is the best opportunity to expand our economic frontiers. No country has been able to develop or succeed with bad roads. So if we don't have a good road, then what we are literally meaning that we are not ready to even push our economic agenda forward. You have people who produces in the villages, and they find it difficult. They are farmers, and they are not able to, because of bad roads, they are not able to transport their goods, their farm goods, to even the market center because the roads are very bad. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important that as members of Parliament who are representing the people, we are representing a population of about 30.8 million people. The only thing that we can do for them, if we have nothing to do for them, is to support this government and get that road that we have been fighting every day, get it fixed. I will be happy if my roads are fixed, because at least it will be a legacy in my name. When I'm gone, when I'm no more an MP, it will be a legacy for me. And that should be your priority. It should be your legacy, that you get your roads fixed. And if you can even put your names on it, you enable it, that was done by you. But it can never be done if we don't have enough resources to do it. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that this budget,
can you conclude?
Nobody, and in concluding, I want to encourage every member of this house to understand and to know that the levy that government intends to put out and take something small, little from the citizenry, and to fix the road for us is the best way, and that we cannot afford to lose this opportunity, because losing this opportunity, not approving this budget, I am sure we will never come back and get to this opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to urge my colleagues, both sides, not only my friends on the NDC side, but both sides, that this is the opportunity for us to show to Ghanaians that we really care. We don't only need their vote.
Honorable Isaac J. Mensah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the ongoing debate on the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate, and my heart is bleeding, that you see a whole chairman, the chairman of Road Committee, misleading the House. So he knows, in the budget, it is reported that the total road network is 78,401. And just last year, when the Minister of Roads gave the press conference, he did indicate that that was the total road network. He is here telling us that the total road network is 80,000. Where did he get his 80,000? Where did you get your 80,000? Please, you know, this is House of Records, and I expect the chairman to be honest with himself. So you know, it is not 80,000. He is saying, what happened? The road network now stands at 78,401. Check the details and see. Mr. Speaker, it is not a matter of coming here to lie, because it's a House of Records, and I request that detail be expunged. It's so disappointing that the chairman of a committee will come here and mislead the House. We have consistently been monitoring the performance of this government as far as maintenance is concerned. ladies and gentlemen of members of parliament, all we are talking about is the maintenance of our roads. Check in the budget. Where are your roads? Because your constituents, where did they lie? You don't have reasonable or significant numbers representing your roads. He's just talking about his roads. What the program, Mr. Speaker, we have is about what's happening. This government has consistently not performed to be responsible in the maintenance of our roads. Why do I say this? If you check the budget, monitor the 2017 budget, the 2018 budget, the 2019 through the you realize that an average of 34,000, a little over 34,000, has been worked on or dedicated to road maintenance, routine road maintenance. What is routine road maintenance, Mr. Speaker? It's the reshaping of the shaping of getting off our roads, pothole patching, and vegetation control. That is why most of our roads require. And if a government, if any FPP government would just dedicate or just spend on only 34,000, a little over 34,000 on average, are you telling me that the government is performing? Where are the roads? You remember last year we had the slogan of Year of Roads. Where are the roads? And so I challenge him. I need anybody from this side, Mr. Chairman of the committee, give us the records as we speak now. The last inventory, road inventory of the ministry was conducted in 2016. Check the chief director and out here. I had opportunity to serve in the ministry, and I wasn't going to go to these details, but for the life, with all due respect, it is not true. I challenge you to provide the details. The last inventory that was conducted, road inventory that was conducted in the ministry, was in 2016. So the 78,401 was in the interest of President Muhammad. So from 2012 to 2016, a total of 10,300 kilometers have been added to the road network. So until you come up with the details, and I'm challenging you, the doctors are there, until you come up with the details of road inventory, you have nothing to show. What Nana Akufo-Addo has done is the maintenance. Is that asphalt overlay and many things? How has asphalt overlay benefited us? How many of you have all the roads having asphalt overlay? The basic maintenance is not being working. If you are dedicating a budget, check the budget and see. The dedication of road, the money dedicated for road, basic road maintenance routine, is just a little about 44,000 kilometers. If you have 78,400 kilometers, and you are dedicating funds better for just 34,000, what are you talking about? Mr. Speaker, I'm very much disappointed. Now back to the need for money, injecting money into road fund. Road fund in 2016, we came to Parliament here and requested that the fuel levy of 4 pesos per 7 pesos be increased to 40 pesos. When we did that, there was enough money in the kitty. So at the end of the month, we were getting 100 million. That was prudent money. Maintenance of our roads are key. So as we speak now, at the end of the year, we have about 1.8 billion, close to 1.9 billion accruing to the fund. And if you check the releases, Honorable Abuja was very benevolent. The releases, about 500 million has been the releases. If you give the ministry $1 billion, when you get a capping out, the ministry will be able to do so many things. Now, even in the budget that you are calling for more money, you have just budgeted for just 44,000, a little 44,000 out of the 78,400 for road maintenance. What are you talking about? Mr. Speaker, this budget does not give any hope to all of you people. Your roads are not covered. Show me where your roads are. You don't have them. The sloganeering is an issue. Where are your roads? It's just a mere lie. And I'm challenging this side. I'm challenging the chairman to bring details, bring evidence to that effect. But Mr. Speaker, apart from the maintenance, I think that the issue of our roads, our main issues are maintenance of our roads. My friend or my family in Kumasi and Co. don't need the asphalt and so. What they need is that just shape the road every year. Just build it. This is not happening. Majority of you who are feeding roads, your roads are bad. Your constituents watching down here know that your roads are very bad. You sit down here for the chairman to lie to you. Your roads are bad. How do you get it? What is the guarantee? What is the guarantee that the levy that they are passing over 1.2 billion will be for roads? If it's a 1.8 billion, if half of it is provided for us, a lot of us will get our roads in good shape. Now sit down here and lie. Mr. Speaker, the other aspect of the road sector that I want to talk about is the cocoa roads. Cocoa roads. You are here where Cocoa roads were the Ministry of Roads and Highways. This government came in and said they are reassigning Cocoa roads to our address ministry. Now we don't even have records. If you check the records, Cocoa roads are in a very bad shape. The Ministry of Agriculture has not been able to account for the monies. Last year, 2021, they requested for 456 million Ghana cedis. Where are the roads? Where is the money? And in the budget, they've not been able to provide anything. I'm worried that this time, we expect that they'll be honest, they'll be humble, and plead with us that if there could be the need, we should support them. We are saying, I plead with you also, that because of the fact that the irresponsibility, the mismanagement of the road sector, we expect you people, because you don't have your road need fixed, to support this budget, not being accepted. Don't approve this budget. If you approve this budget, it means that your roads are not going to be done. Your roads are not going to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that for the cocoa roads, we have for the cocoa growing areas. Our roads are bad. Our roads are still going bad. And nothing of the sort has been done. We remember when MPP came to power in 2017, there was a conduct, they said we were conducting forensic audit. We are not seeing any results. And Mr. Chairman, from this session, we need to know the copy of the forensic audit that was conducted on cocoa roads. Where is it? And at the end of the day, that's been supported. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the records will be placed with other aspect of it that I will talk about. The other that I want to talk about is the tolling. Can you imagine you have 78 million in your hands that can do so many things? The 78 million a year from the toll that can be used for just the shaping of our rural roads. Shaping of rural roads, then you throw it away for the yield levy. What is the guarantee that the yield levy you use it for the road preparation? All over the world, all roads are tolled. Now you are talking about the PPP at one hand, and you are talking about the closure of our toll roads. And you see, Mr. Speaker, the worry is that our Abidjan-Lagos corridor is an international highway, and we have about 50% of the road covered in Ghana. Now you cross all these toll booths, you go to Nigeria, it is there, you go to Ivory Coast, it is there. What hope are you giving to investors? You are talking about the PPP, who brings us money when you close all toll roads? It's inconsistent, and we think that the government has not the clue. They have no clue, and I think that this is the basis for which you shouldn't support this budget. Because of the fact that you want e-levy for roads. Have you demonstrated that even the little 1.8 billion you have in fund, you are capable of doing that? The minister is not releasing that. The Minister of Finance is not releasing the 1.8 billion. Then you are calling for more. What is the guarantee that even when that money is in your hands, you use it for the appropriate thing? So, Mr. Speaker, we are just putting the record straight. My writing talked about the Sino Hydro project. We talked about Sino since several years back, 3 years. Show us one of the Sino projects that has been completed. Show us. Now I approve for this government, and I say with authority, it should demonstrate to us which road they have started from scratch and they have finished. Nothing. 5 years. Nothing. Mr. Chairman, I'm saying this, and it's on record. MPP should demonstrate which road that they started from scratch. By scratch, I mean the designing, financial source and everything that they are completed. Every day you see them repeating the project in the budget. If you Volivo Bridge that we sought funding from Japan, it continuously showing in the budget every year. So, Mr. Speaker, we are just worried and want to share records. Because of the fact that this budget does not give us because of the fact that this budget does not find out. We pray and tell you and be with you that reject the budget. The very fact that this budget is not providing answers to your roads. So because of that, this budget must be disallowed, it must be rejected, and it must not find space in the scheme of things because it doesn't give us the hope for our roads and many things. So, Mr. Speaker,
Is Honorable Ambrose Derry here? Yes, Honorable Ambrose Derry. Yes, Honorable Ambrose Derry. Honorable Minister for Interior, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to put on record the government and my appreciation to this August House for supporting the President's retooling and transformation agenda. Anytime we come to issues of security, this House has risen above partisan considerations. And I want to hope that that is exactly the attitude that would attend this budget. Mr. Speaker, I submit that this House should approve the President's budget financial statement for 2022 and also the 1.75 e-levy on Bomo money transfers. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the minority say we will not approve. If you don't approve the budget, if the result will be a lockdown, there will be no salaries for workers, there will be no social services, there will be nothing. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think that is the intention of the minority. Mr. Speaker, the 1.75% levy on Momo money transfers, the opposition is that it is against poor people. Mr. Speaker, the definition of a poor person is a person who earns below the minimum wage. You don't have to like my face. The definition of a poor person is the one who earns below the minimum wage, that is from 0 to below 12.5 cedis a day. The Momo levy exempts 100 cedis a day, which is 8 times the daily wage, and therefore it cannot be for the protection of poor that we shouldn't pay that. In addition, you can only pay after the first 100, and therefore this 100 that you pay would be if you transfer 200. Mr. Speaker, will it affect the Momo market? No. I come from a village called Kokoligu. If I'm sending 200 cedis to my relative in Kokoligu, I'm going to have to pay 1 cedi 75 pesos. There is no alternative means of sending the same quality service at a lower rate at all. If the alternative rate is, it will involve lorry fare in and out, and in the end, it will be most expensive. Mr. Speaker, we need the levy to be able to raise funds to do what this House wishes for the security sector, wishes for employment of the youth, wishes for roads. Mr. Speaker, this country has 2 sources of funding, either revenue from the tax or borrowing. Borrowing is a chance approach. You can be refused the money. The levy is a more reliable one. Mr. Speaker, are we going to leave the employment of our youth to a chance source of funding? Mr. Speaker, tax to GDP, Ghana is performing badly. Ours is 14.3%, one of the lowest in the ECOWAS region. The target is supposed to be 20%. Most ECOWAS countries are doing 18%. Therefore, there is room for us to be able to raise these funds, and I think that we should approve. They say that it will affect the digitalization. Ghana card is part of the digitalization. We have heard the enthusiasm of citizens to register, but we would need the funding to be able to do so. We will need the funding to be able to get a card which will be an e-passport subsequently. so it will not affect digitization. Mr. Speaker, what I now have to say is this. We have, in respect of the transformation of the security agencies, achieved a lot which is contained in this budget. And what do we have? First of all, we are empowering, increasing staffing. So today, Ghana, the agencies under the Ministry of Interior are recruiting 11,000 applicants. We need more. How do we get more? We will get more if we allow the e-levy to raise the monies for us to be able to do so. Except that we want to tell our children that we do not care about their employment, and all we want is that we leave it to chance. That should another country give us money, we should. This house is not that minded. We should deal with it and deal with it drastically. Border, northern border protection, and indeed all the border protections. It's in the budget, and we need money to do that. And Mr. Speaker, let me talk of health security. What is health security? When we close the border, we close for two reasons. One for security, the other for health. When we came to say it, people thought we were joking. COVID, there's a fourth wave all over the world. But as at midnight, 21st November, the active cases in Ghana were 641. 641. The way it is increasing internationally, you would see. And what was the daily rate of increase on 21st November? The whole country, all the regions put together, the daily increase was 4. 4, all the regions. But at the Kotoka International Airport, the new cases were 8. Mr. Speaker, that epitomizes the relationship between the situation here and the situation there. But it does help us. The police, if I may start with them, have been really supportive and have created several new units. That is not all. The police is taking the development now to another level. And what is that level? The level is that we are going to have unprecedented community engagement policy where you have friendly police with the communities. We're going to have anti-crime that is proactive, but we'll also have a de-escalation policy towards non-civilian protests. We are going to have scientific intelligence policing. We are going to have traffic checks dealing with other ministries to make sure we reduce the carnage, and we are going to have the welfare. What have we done? Each region has an intelligence department. It helps us. Each region has a high-risk anti-robbery department. And now we've established a cold cases unit under CID. Cold cases unit is to deal with those cases that we have not been able to resolve and there's a delay in investigation. We are not going to allow them to die. We've established a unit that will work on it to make sure that we get the cases determined and prosecuted. Then we're also going to have friendly relations with victims of rape, defilement, robbery, murder, where the police station would move now to the victim and not the victim coming to the police station. So, Mr. Speaker, the other aspect has to do with the COVID, the NACOP. We passed the law. We are moving. One, for the establishment. Two, we are bringing to the Parliament the LI that will allow cultivation of industrial and medicinal cannabis. It is not to legalize any recreational use of cannabis. Then, the various other places, you would see that the prisons, we have shown that the prisons is not an end station, but it's meant to educate our people to come out to be more useful. And you see in the budget the numbers that went to Kumasi, the numbers that went to SAS, the numbers that went to the university. Now we have got support from the Pentecost Church of Ghana, which I think Mr. Speaker must put on record, built an ultramodern prison camp at Ejura. One is almost completing in Sawam, and others following in Damongo and rest of them, for us to decongest. And we are also working on the alternative sentencing, that there is going to be a workshop now involving the stakeholders to make sure that we have a reduction in custodial sentencing. Mr. Speaker, fire service is doing a lot. We've now got the LI established. We are going to get fire tenders that are going to come on. We have immigration all over. We are pursuing what His Excellency the President has identified to be the way forward for presidents and other agencies. What is it? The aim of the President is to make Ghanaians feel safe. And you agree that the aggressiveness combined with the professionalism of the security agencies, taking it to the next level under the new IGP, is actually, and therefore we will need your support. But we need your support in terms of funding. We need your support in terms of reliable source of funding. We cannot expect foreign countries to give us loans to keep out COVID infested persons who are coming from their place. We cannot expect to depend on our security on foreign assistance. It's like a chance game. It's like lotto. And we shouldn't allow our roads and the programs to employ our youth to equally depend on such approach. Mr. Speaker, we are also taking very serious view of arms. So the Small Arms Commission is working very hard in marking. We are going to continue to school. Yesterday we were compelled to impose a curfew in Boko, and we think that there is still the challenge of tracing arms, and we are going to work with other agencies to make sure that we do get all these things sorted out. Mr. Speaker, the National Peace Council is being proactive. It played a role in the unfortunate occurrences during the election, but we are making them proactive, and we are learning from that to promote the accountability of personnel. We are not only equipping them, we also want to give them body cams that give us the full record of their activities, so that we hold them accountable for whatever they might do wrong. Mr. Speaker, it therefore means that we are talking of responsible security work within democratic context. And therefore, when we raise alarm that there is too much of military involvement, we are only going to be able to do that when we decouple the actions of the internal security, such as the police, from the army. And therefore, this House accepted our proposal for 4 police units in all the regions that will have the capacity to go in to back up the police when they are in crisis, and then the military only comes in as a last resort. But all these APUs, we need money. So far, it's only Kumasi that we have been able to establish, and we need money to be able to do that. Mr. Speaker, we can't have the parliament that says that we are borrowing too much, and at the same say we shouldn't pay taxes. God must have mercy on us. Where are we going to get the money to deal with that? But I believe that that is all the partisan gap. But when it comes to this, Mr. Speaker, I am encouraging my colleagues that for them to be able to get all the police stations that they asked me for, all the fire stations that they asked me for, all the employment for their youth in their constituencies into the services, we have to raise the requisite funds. And the reliable way is to do it on the money transfer, which is very, very constructive way of dealing with the matter. Mr. Speaker, NABNO, I've been invited several times to come and answer questions because the disasters do come when we are not prepared for it. We pass a law here for 3% of common fund to be paid. It's increasingly inadequate for
Honorable, you have 1 more minute.
And Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that all the good work that we intend to do to keep us safe, to always go and come back and continue to be jovial here, to make sure that our children are employed, to make sure are constructed, to make sure that the Ghanaian worker is paid, and that we then leave them in the chaos, unemployed. Let's rise above partisanship, approve the budget, approve the 1.75% on Momo money transfer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Honorable Peter Kwesi Nochukotai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the year 2022, as presented by the Minister for Finance on behalf of the President. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start my contribution with a quotation from Malcolm X, and I quote, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." Mr. Speaker, reading through this statement by Malcolm X, I have looked at what is happening in the country, especially with regards to basic education as we have it today. Mr. Speaker, I have come to conclude that there is a deliberate at this government, led by President Nana Akufo-Addo, to destroy the basic foundation of education in Ghana, which is aimed at eliminating the poor from giving quality education to their children, but offering the upper class the opportunity to provide quality education to their children through private school system, so that they can continue to be educated and remain in the ruling class of the country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the basic education level in this country, it is continually receiving the lowest attention. In 2014, the expenditure on basic education was 23% of allocation to the Ministry of Education or for the education sector. But as at this year, it has reduced to 16%. That shows that the investment being made in basic education is declining by the year. And that is affecting the foundation of education in this country. Mr. Speaker, if you go to our basic schools, the infrastructure there is nothing to write home about. If you look at the structures that our children are said to be studying in, it's not the best. We still have schools under trees in this country. The project that was started by the previous government to make sure that all basic schools that were under trees got eliminated still remain. Schools are still under trees in this 20. Why are we doing this to the foundation of education in Ghana? Mr. Speaker, it is rather unfortunate that we are only paying lip service to basic education in the country. Classrooms, as we have now, remain without teachers. Teachers who completed teacher education in 2020 are yet to be posted. Why are we doing that to them? Meanwhile, there are vacancies in our primary schools, in our junior high schools. I am told there are plans to recruit them in 2022. Why? Why do we keep the children in the classroom without teachers? And we are saying that we are going to employ 60,000 teachers, as if it is something new. This is because posting of teachers is an annual ritual. Every year, teachers complete teacher education from colleges of education. So it is no new employment that is offered to them. Because you have trained them, they must be employed, they must be posted. That is the underlying principle. So, keeping the teachers in the house, while there are so many vacancies in our schools. In my district alone, Akati North, there are 143 vacancies as of today. So, and we are keeping the teachers at home. What are we doing? Is it our inability to pay them, or to raise money to pay them, or what? And we say we are committed to education in this country. We are not doing anything good to our generation. Mr. Speaker, if you look at teachers in our colleges of education, they are to receive allowances. Since July, the Ministry of Education or the government is owing them. They have not paid them. So how do they meet their needs? You have not paid them. How are you going to pay them? And when are you going to pay them? You have promised that you are going to restore teacher training allowances. Pay them. The peanut that you are paying to, you cannot pay. Mr. Speaker, if you still look at what is happening at the basic level, these days, our teachers are made to pay for continuous training programs. Why are we doing that to them? Teachers are employed by the state. So if you want to give them in-service training, you must make sure that you make provision for that. That's why NAT has taken up the issue now and has written to those who are concerned that they should stop asking teachers to pay for service in-service training. It is not the best. Is that done in other agencies or departments that employees have to pay for in-service training? Why are we doing that to the poor teacher in the country? Are we helping them? Mr. Speaker, what is even more annoying is that instead of providing teaching learning materials for teachers to teach, they are being asked to pay for it. You are providing laptops for teachers to go and then use. You are asking them to pay part for it. And I don't know why the teacher unions even agreed to that arrangement, that they were going to pay a certain percentage. It is the responsibility of the employer and the state to provide materials for every employee to work with. So what are you telling us? Laptops, you ask teachers to pay for it, and you are using their allowances to pay for it. So it is just giving what? Giving it to Peter, robbing it for me. So what are you doing? Robbing Peter to pay Paul. It is not the best. So if you are not in a position to provide those things, then don't provide it at all. Why do you ask them to pay? Is it because they are going to own it after some time? So, Mr. Minister, I would like you to make sure that the materials that the teachers need in the schools are provided. They should not pay for it. So, I have decided, or I am going to make sure that we make a motion in this house so that the KA technologies that have been asked to provide these materials, we find out how the contract was awarded. What were the terms and conditions of the agreement for the provision of these laptops to teachers in our secondary schools and basic schools? Mr. Speaker, looking at the issue very well, you will also discover that years ago, or a few years ago, there was the provision of free exercise books in this country. What has gone wrong that we have stopped providing exercise books to children in our basic schools? If we say free senior high school is there, why don't we make sure that those in the basic schools, the primary schools, also receive equal attention? What has happened to the free school uniforms? We want to know. What has happened to the free sandals? We want to know. What has happened to the sanitary pads that we are supplying to the girl child in our basic schools? What has happened to all these things? Mr. Speaker, what is happening now in our rural areas even is that parents are now even taking their wards to private schools because they have realized that the basic level is not receiving attention from government. Because they realize that only those who are in the upper class are making sure that their children have better education at the basic level. So they are also struggling to make sure. So there is this apathy that parents don't want to send their children to basic schools, public basic schools again. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that you go to some of the basic schools now and the materials to work with are not there for the teachers to do so. Mr. Speaker, if you look at senior high school level, the infrastructure deficit is still high. The E-blocks that were started by President Mahama, most of them have remained abandoned. If these blocks were completed, I don't think the double track will still exist. And I don't see anything in this budget saying that the E-blocks will be completed this year or next year or come 2 years' time. Why are we making these resources go waste? Is it because somebody started it, so if you completed it, that person will take credit? It is for the benefit of this country. It's not for the benefit of anybody. Our children in this country will benefit from it. So why have you abandoned those projects? Mr. Speaker, if you look at what is happening now, Get Fund is under serious threat of collapse. Get Fund got support with a law passed by this House in 2000. And VAT allocation was to be made to it. Now, as we speak today, the Ministry of Finance is withholding over 500 million Ghana cedis to Get Fund. That is a misapplication of funds. The Ministry of Finance is violating the law that established Get Fund. And when we say it is possible that they will get the money, you have even gone far to securitize Get Fund. The 40% given to Get Fund is also not going there. And you tell us that you have done this, you have done that. Mr. Speaker, when Get Fund was granted 1.5 billion facility by this House, a total amount of 1,179,542,131 Ghana cedis was realized in the first attempt. 53% of that amount was used to pay for supplies and 47% for projects. Mr. Speaker, when we realized that our schools were in dire need of infrastructure and we approved the facility, we have gone to use 53% for supplies. And meanwhile, our students are congested in dormitories. When you go to the dormitories, you close your eyes. You wouldn't like to see what is happening over there. So much congestion that we are spending this money in this manner. I think it is high time we stop the frivolous expenditures on a number of things and pay attention to education in this country. As we talk today, school heads are fighting to feed students in senior high schools. they are finding it difficult because the buffer stock is not able to provide the necessary food items needed to feed the students. Meanwhile, we have managed to print over 1.2 million t-shirts and write on it, free senior high school is good for us. Why that frivolous expenditure? When we need money to feed the students, we are printing t-shirts. Why? So, Mr. Speaker, there's a need for us to pay attention to education in this country and make sure that the right thing is done. Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 941 of the budget, there's going to be a national standardized test in December this year. But the fact is, or the issue is that, Mr. Speaker, we organize tests based on curriculum and syllabus. We have adopted a curriculum, but there are no textbooks to support this curriculum. Mr. Speaker, on June 10, 2021, the Minister for Education, in an answer to a question I answered, Mr. Speaker, I quote, I would like to ask the Minister for Education what plans the ministry has to provide all basic schools in the country with state-owned public textbooks on the new curriculum adopted about 2 years ago. Mr. Speaker, the Minister, in part of his answer, as recorded in the official report of Thursday, 10 June 2021, the shortlisted publishers have been invited to the Ministry for a negotiation meeting by mid-June 2021 to agree on a price for the supply of the various selected books. The successful negotiation of price will lead to the award of contracts to the publishers to supply textbooks to all public basic schools. Mr. Speaker, 5 months down the lane, the schools are there without the textbooks. What is the ministry doing? Because if you are going to test somebody, you must test somebody on curriculum and on subjects. So, Mr. Speaker, we want the ministry to wake up because it is not helping this country. Education is not receiving the necessary attention that we should give them in this country. Mr. Speaker, going forward, you also realize
Chairman, your time is up.
that
Wind up.
Okay, in winding up, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that there is the need for the Ministry of Education and for that matter, Government of Ghana, to make sure that the funds that are allocated for the various institutions, for the various departments and agencies are made available to them so that we can have the better offer of education to our youth in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ophelia Mensah. Yes, Ophelia Hayford. That's all right. Ophelia Mensah is here. Sorry, I'm confused about it, but it's you, Honorable Ophelia Mensah. That's what.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year. Mr. Speaker, listening to the debates going on from both sides, I do not understand why we all not come together to approve this budget. Because this budget, Mr. Speaker, I can say it's a sensitive budget. That has touched on all the issues pertaining to the economy and the development of both the private and the public sector. Mr. Speaker, fact that this budget seeks to build blocks for the recovery and hope for the economy and the numerous interventions amid COVID-19 pandemic. The government, Mr. Speaker, has not relented in making adequate provisions to heighten security within the country. Mr. Speaker, we all know that security is key to the development of a country. And that is exactly what the Nana Addo Dankwa government is doing. Yes. Mr. Speaker, when we look around us, all around the sub-regions, this insurgency and criminal activities going on, bandits, terrorism, drug trafficking, human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, just to mention a few. Mr. Speaker, in the 2021 budget, the government of Ghana, the Nyaho-Tamakloe Nana Akufo-Addo government made mention of retooling our security services to beef up security within the country. The Speaker, the government is in the process of doing it. And he is still doing it. The Speaker, as I speak, the government is in the process of procuring 6 fighter jets for the armed forces. The Speaker, when we come to the Navy, the government is also securing 6 speedboats for the Ghana Navy to combat piracy and other territorial crimes. So, Speaker, we all know combating crime and ensuring security within a country does not come in a vacuum. I'm therefore surprised when our brothers from the other side are saying the 1.7 e-tax levy the government is requesting for to be approved to ensure security is heightened is too much. Mr. Speaker, to combat crime, transnational and transboundary crime, we all know we need the required resources, the retooling to do this.
Tell them.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot do it in the vacuum. And to get these resources, we need to levy, to get tax, to be able to purchase all the sophisticated gadgets or equipment to ensure crime combating. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the individual is insecure when he or she does not have the capacity to purchase his or her needs to realize her aspirations. And this also increases crime within a country. Mr. Speaker, that is the very reason why the government has come up with interventions such as the You Start intervention, the Obatampa case. Mr. Speaker, this is all in the way to get the youth empowered. And this will also lead to employment, and then it will curb insecurity, and for that matter, joblessness, which leads to crime within a country. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 1120 of the budget statement has outlined the various interventions that the Nyaho government wants to bring to resource the Ghana Police Service. Few days ago or few months ago, our colleagues were calling on us that there was insecurity within the country. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that the police, when resourced and retooled, will be able to combat crime. Recently, my committee had to embark
on an investigation in the Wa region because there was an information that the military had gone to brutalize the civilians. Mr. Speaker, the Nana government want to break the police and civilian ratio. Therefore, there is the need for us to get more people recruited into the Ghana Police Service to be able to combat crime. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that this will come with a levy or resources. How are we going to get these resources? We need to tax the good people of Ghana to be able to provide the adequate security that will be needed for our country. Mr. Speaker, to get employment for our people, we need this money to initiate the youth start and the Obatampa case. We are all confronted within our constituencies with employment issues. I want to ask my brothers from the other side, do we want our constituents to be employed? Do we want our constituents to be employed?
They can answer. Answer.
Do we want to see our siblings and our children get good work within the country?
Answer.
Mr. Speaker, if there is no answer from my colleagues on the other side, then it means they are going to help us approve this budget. Because the government of Ghana, the Nana Akufo Addo's government, needs this levy to ensure that the good people of Ghana get the good jobs, the security that is needed for us to get the development that we are all fighting for.
Who's the question to us? The question must be put to us. Same question to us.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Nana government is a sensitive government who understands the plight of the citizenry. The 2022 budget is a sensitive budget which have come for all. No wonder my colleagues have given it a name, a Jinkwa project. Mr. Speaker, I therefore join the many people who are calling for the approval of this budget because this is a people-centered budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable James Adam. James Adam. James Agaga is not there. I thought you were not hearing you. Very well, James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the budget statement and economic policy of government. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I would like to make it very clear that the security agencies of our country have been retooled by successive governments when we did not introduce an obnoxious tax such as the electronic transactions tax. And so, under President Rawlings, under President Mills, under President Mahama, our security agencies saw massive retooling. So let it not be said that we can only retool our security agencies if this obnoxious tax is passed. Mr. Speaker, the very day the Minister of Finance announced in the budget statement that the electronic transaction levy, which is pegged at 1.75%, was going to be passed, resulted in panic withdrawal of money across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is a publication I have culled out from social media, which captures Ghanaians queuing to withdraw money from mobile money vendors following the announcement. Mr. Speaker, my interest is on security, and so I would like to link these happenings to our security. Mr. Speaker, there is no gainsaying that the withdrawals that hit mobile money vendors in this country has dire consequences for our country's security. Why? Mr. Speaker, the mobile money vendors you see sitting in kiosks, whilst citizens of this country queue before them, have been employed as a result of savings made by Ghanaians who think that mobile money transactions is one way of banking. But with the panic withdrawals, the consequence is that all the people you see sitting in the kiosks are going to be thrown out of their jobs. When this happens, Mr. Speaker, crime wave in this country will spike. Crime wave will spike because those people who would be thrown out of their jobs would have to find work to do. The devil finds work for the idle hands. And so, with this tax, Mr. Speaker, we're going to see a spike in crime wave in our country. So this tax, Mr. Speaker, is objectionable. We will not support it. And so I want to remind the speakers before me, the Minister for Interior has left, but my Vice Chairman has spoken and think that everything about our country's security should revolve around the obnoxious tax that they intend to impose. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quickly make reference to paragraph 1135, page 219 of the budget statement. In page 219, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry for National Security clearly has positioned itself as the ministry responsible for churning out policy for the management of our country's security. And so, true to its mandate, Mr. Speaker, about 6 months ago, a strategy was launched in this country known as the National Security Strategy. Very important document. Mr. Speaker, the National Security Strategy that was launched by President Akufo-Addo amidst a lot of fanfare was actually supposed to result in,
Mr. Speaker, the integration, the consolidation of all the scattered, fragmented security initiatives that we have adapted for ourselves over the period into a single comprehensive national security framework which would blend traditional security responses and human security responses to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, this country is safe and well protected from terrorism, from piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, from cyber security threats, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, when the strategy was launched, I had occasion to indicate that the strategy was an excellent document because the Minister for National Security sought input from so many stakeholders, including the National Democratic Congress. And so we brought together our security experts and we made our input. So this document, as we see, Mr. Speaker, is nothing but a reflection of the aspirations of the people of this country to live in a safe and secure environment. But I had a word of caution for this government, that in this country we have a disease, and that the disease is the lack of implementation of very excellent laws and policies passed by our country since independence. Mr. Speaker, I therefore admonish that this document we should all take very seriously and ensure that it is implemented. I have the shock of my life, Mr. Speaker, having gone through the budget statement read by the Finance Minister, that there is no single paragraph in this budget statement which talks about implementation of this strategy. And yet it was launched amidst fanfare by President Akufo-Addo. He told the whole world that Ghana now had a blueprint to deal with security issues in our country. Unfortunately, this is the budget. There is no single paragraph, there is no policy statement in this paragraph which talks about implementation. So, Mr. Speaker, are we taking our national security as a matter of priority? No. Security is not a priority for President Akufo-Addo's government.
If you look at the document, the National Security Strategy, Mr. Speaker, because of the problems we have had with implementation, the framers of this document, those who crafted it, made provision for implementation. And in that particular paragraph in the strategy, indication was given that MDAs, the intelligence community, the agencies responsible for the management of our national security, would come out with budget lines for the finance ministry to implement alongside the introduction of a national security fund. Mr. Speaker, all these good ideas have been shelved because there is nothing in the budget which talks about implementation. And yet we are faced with so many threats. So many threats. Our northern frontier is faced with the threat of terrorism, which is existential. Gulf of Guinea, piracy is a problem that we have to contend with. Our oil resources are embedded in the belly of the sea. And so when you have a document like this as a blueprint, you have no choice but to ensure that it is implemented. But Mr. Speaker, this is where we are. Lack of commitment in dealing with issues of national security by President Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior said a lot about our country's security. He talked about how they are retooling the security services, and that when they retool the security service, particularly with the passage of the electronic transactions levy, will be able to reduce crime. But Mr. Speaker, point needs to be made that this government has not committed to fighting crime in our country. They have never been committed to doing this. Apart from their electioneering, sloganeering in 2016, where they created the impression that our country's security was in tatters and that this country was unsafe and insecure. In 2016, I have their manifesto in my hands, where they stated that under an MPP government, and I quote, Ghanaians will feel safe on the streets and in their homes. Ghanaians will go about their daily business in the secure knowledge that their persons, properties, lives are safe under an MPP government. Mr. Speaker, this was in 2016. In 2020, there is no single policy statement in the MPP manifesto in respect of security, and that is why I have alluded to the 2016 manifesto of the MPP. But today, what is the reality, Mr. Speaker? What is the reality on the ground? Are we safe? Do we feel secure? Crime statistics will bear me out that this country has witnessed unprecedented surge in crimes. Police statistics will confirm this. I am not the one saying it. And so before somebody rises to raise objections, Mr. Speaker, let me quickly refer you to crime statistics from the police service itself. When the NDC handed over the reins of governance to the MPP, Mr. Speaker, we saw a massive reduction in crime wave in this country. In respect of armed robberies alone, Mr. Speaker, we recorded 16% drop in respect of armed robberies between 2016 and 2015. But in 2017, Mr. Speaker, we saw a massive surge by 27 percentage points. That was in 2017. The story was totally different in 2018. Then in 2019, Mr. Speaker, we recorded as many as 1,083 cases of robberies. In 2020, this year, Mr. Speaker, we have already recorded 1,086 cases or incidents of robbery. And so whether you are in your house, or whether you are in the streets, or whether you are traveling on our highways, Mr. Speaker, we no longer feel safe under the presidency of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. This is the reality on the ground. But Mr. Speaker, we are told in the budget statement that they intend to replicate formed police units as part of the measures intended to deal with public order,
and crowd control in our country. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior made this statement. But Mr. Speaker, what he failed to admit or to acknowledge is that the very concept of FDU was birthed by President Mahama when he was chairman of the Police Council as Vice President of this Republic. And so in 2012, the formed police unit was set up. If they have now found it necessary to replicate the formed police units in the 18 police regions established, Mr. Speaker, let them do the needful. Let them give credit where credit is due. For 5 years, Mr. Speaker, they knew that there was need for us to replicate the creation of formed police units in our regions, because we had the blueprint to replicate the formed police units in our regions. They came, and for 5 years, this project stalled. It has now dawned on them that there is need for us to have formed police units in our regional capitals. So be it, we shall support them. But, Mr. Speaker, let the replication of the formed police units in our regional capitals result in a reduction in military visibility so far as internal security operations are concerned. Mr. Speaker, it is still fresh in our minds how the deployment of the military in the 2020 elections resulted in the butchering to death of 8 innocent Ghanaians. Their only crime was that they had come out to exercise their franchise. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior told us in his submissions that there is a new sheriff in town. The new sheriff in town has the onerous responsibility to ensure that those who perpetrated the murders are not let off the hook. That is his responsibility. But, Mr. Speaker, so far, what has been the track record of the new sheriff in town? He has not channeled his energy and focus on identifying and arresting the perpetrators of the murders that we witnessed in Techiman, Ablekuma Central, and elsewhere during the conduct of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. Rather, what he has done, Mr. Speaker, is to launch a blistering assault on parliamentary privilege and immunity. Mr. Speaker, when the police attempted to unlawfully arrest our colleague, Honorable Xavier Francis Sosu, Mr. Speaker, they ought to have known that the Constitution in Articles 117, 118, 122 clothes members of Parliament with some level of immunity. Parliament is not above the law. But let it be made clear that the police are equally not above the law and must operate within the ambit of Articles 117, 118, and 122 in dealing with members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, from this side of the House, our members, why, have been prosecuted time without number. Is that not evidence that we are not above the law? When this matter came up, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked that our members on the other side, Mr. Speaker, made statements as though the issue of parliamentary immunity and privilege is not something we should all speak for in unison. I found that to be very unfortunate. Today we find ourselves on this side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, not long from now, we would be on the other side. When that time comes, Mr. Speaker, should we condone the breach of parliamentary privilege? Not at all. So when these matters happen, we must think about the institution of Parliament. We must strengthen same. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance even recognizes parliamentary immunity and privilege. So those who think that Parliament is acting as though it is above the law, Mr. Speaker, should have read their minds to some of these key provisions in our laws. Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear that in respect of international peace and security, and I've seen statements made in paragraph 6, 564 and page 123 of the budget statement that President Akufo-Addo's effective leadership has resulted in...
Honorable, you have already exceeded your time by 1 minute. So
Okay, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo is to blame for the coups that have happened in Mali and Guinea. When people were shot dead in Guinea as a result of the alteration of that country's constitution, President Akufo-Addo
I direct that you withdraw that. I'll wait for any objection, please. Don't bring us into any international conflict. Please withdraw that comment.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, in the paragraph I have alluded to, page 123 of the budget statement, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I...
It says that President Akufo-Addo is responsible for the coups in Mali.
No, I said we should hold him responsible as ECOWAS chair.
No, please.
As ECOWAS chair.
No, please. Kindly withdraw that.
Very well,
I direct that.
Mr. Speaker, I happily withdraw that part of my submissions. Thank you.
Honorable Afenyo Makin, Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this treasure space to express my own views about the budget presented by...
Before you start, sorry, honorable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may now take your time, your turn.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this treasure space to express my own views about the budget presented to this House by the Finance Minister on behalf of Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, we've had very interesting matters arising out of this debate. I've enjoyed it. I've benefited from the pearls of wisdom of colleagues. Suffice to say that the minority in this House has made it a point not to see anything good in this government. It was clear right from 2017, when they had just exited government, they had something to say about our first budget. 2018, they continued. 2019, they continued. And it's been so to date. Mr. Speaker, clearly they are doing politics and partisan politics. No. Nothing about the specific interventions made. And Mr. Speaker, speaker after speaker, we hear them singling out Dr. Bawumia for attack. But you see, Mr. Speaker, whether they like it or not, Dr. Bawumia, the gentle, calm, technocrat, economist, a man with a vision for this country, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, with Dr. Bawumia, a Muslim who represents the aspirations of the many Muslims in the high office he occupied. And Mr. Speaker, he has proven that he has what it takes to lead an economic management team to deliver beyond expectation. Mr. Speaker, in this debate, our friends have argued that we have introduced taxes. I shall contend in my submission that when they had 8 years in government, they did worse, and I'll prove to them. Mr. Speaker, first, I shall limit myself to electricity tariffs. Mr. Speaker, as late as 2016, Ghanaians were calling on President Mahama to reduce electricity tariffs. President Mahama was bold in telling Ghanaians that the cost of production was so high, such that if he even decreases same by a percentage point, government could not survive. What did we see in 2017 and 18, Mr. Speaker? We came in and the tariffs were reduced. I want to dare my colleagues to challenge this submission, and I will yield to them to tell me that indeed we never reduced electricity tariffs. Yet when you have the opportunity to govern, you told Ghanaians that it's so expensive to produce electricity and that you could not reduce. You continue to increase electricity tariffs year on year. Your records will expose you. NDC, your record will expose you. Mr. Speaker, let me point again out to them. When we came into office, we took steps to reduce taxes. We took steps to introduce incentives. I am referring them to paragraph 796 of the 2017 budget. Mr. Speaker, and to remind them, these were taxes and levies that existed before we came into office, which Ghanaians complain about. I shall go over them one after the other because they have soon forgotten. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 1% special import levy. We abolished the 17.5% VAT NHI on financial services. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 17.5% on selected import medicines that are not produced locally. Mr. Speaker, even carrier years who were taxed, we made sure that at the local authority level, these were removed. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 17.5% VAT on NHIL on domestic airline tickets. We abolished the 5% VAT NHIL on real estate sales. We abolished excise duty on petroleum. Mr. Speaker, the special petroleum tax rate from 17.5% went down to 15%. We reduced the National Electrification Scheme levy from 5% to 3%. Mr. Speaker, these are for the records. Page 136, paragraph 796. Mr. Speaker, these were taxes and levies. That's your 8-year rule. You told Ghanaians that you needed these to govern. We came in, we realized that no, your Ethiopia approach, the Ekroma Yeshi at the time needed some relief. Mr. Speaker, in all of these, Mr. Speaker, in all of these, we didn't just rest there. We didn't just bring these reliefs, but we also introduced social intervention programs. And because you don't want to listen, and because you often forget, I'm going to remind you again and again and again. Mr. Speaker, the NDC administration and all the parliamentarians told us that implementing free SHS was impossible. That is what you said. I shall contend that you have shamelessly reserved from that position you took. But today, in the midst of COVID, in the midst of all the crises we face, this government continues to sustain such an important social intervention program. We are helping the poor to acquire knowledge. Today, St. Augustine's, Infantipin, Prempe, Achimota are not the preserve of the middle class kids. No. Everybody, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my boss says St. Peter's. Yes, he's reminded me. Mr. Speaker, my boss reminded me of St. Peter's, as you added, I've added. Mr. Speaker, St. Peter's is not the preserve of the rich in society. Mr. Speaker, ordinary people are having access. The Minister of Education is in his house.
Even my school.
Mr. Speaker, your school, correct.
Not the preserve of the
Very well. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education is in this house. He can attest to the number.
Yes,
the increase in Europe.
Hold on, I don't think around intervention, but leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you are taking part in the debate. Mr. Speaker, we cannot mention our schools.
So when you become the speaker, mention your school. But for now,
my
taking
school,
advantage of my
is going for the final contest. Kita Secondary School. Kita Secondary School. That is
when you come to debate, announce Kita Secondary School.
Yeah, Kita Secondary School, and we are going to take the trophy.
For now, I'm only taking advantage of being here to announce that my school is the best in Ghana. That's my choice. Yes, I will continue.
Mr. Speaker, apart from the free SHS, government acknowledged the fact that unemployment was a national threat and took a major step. When the nation builders core policy was introduced, the NDC said, hey, can you implement it, Mr. Speaker? A policy that was for 2 years, today government has successfully sustained it. And in the midst of COVID, we are still sustaining it. And it is in the budget. Mr. Speaker, government took steps to address the unemployment situation in this country. Mr. Speaker, how did government do it? Apart from the nation builders corps, Mr. Speaker, the unprecedented recruitment in our various security agencies. Mr. Speaker, the NDC, when you confront them with records, they're taken out. But when it's about free-for-all propaganda, well, they would want to entertain debate. Mr. Speaker, I dare challenge them once again to disprove this fact. Whether or not we have recruited more into security agencies within the 4 years than they ever did. Mr. Speaker, these are steps that government took to ensure that we reduce the number of the unemployed youth on our streets. Mr. Speaker, this NDC must acknowledge. Mr. Speaker, we have introduced the 1.75% electronic levy. Mr. Speaker, this e-levy...
Hold on. I was hoping that the leaders will assist me implement what we agreed in the pre-sitting.
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
the honorable deputy leader is saying that they have recruited more people into the security services. Mr. Speaker, without supporting it with data, how many people were recruited? How were they recruited, Mr. Speaker? For 5 good years. This is the only year that they have advertised for recruitment to the services. How did they recruit the people in the 4 years? How did they recruit them to the services? This is not only this year that you have advertised for young ones to apply. How did you recruit them?
Honorable Leader, I don't think this is an objectionable
Speaker, I have said my colleagues in NDC are intolerant. I've been sitting here quietly taking all the punches. You can't take this one, a crying baby. You should take it. Sit down in silence and take notes. You can't take it. You are a crying baby. Mr. Speaker, you are a crying baby. You deputy minority leader. Keep quiet and take the notes and rebut me at the appropriate time.
Honorable Majority Leader, I wonder why the leaders are making life difficult for me. The deputy leaders. After I rule, you go and invite him in by making a comment which is unacceptable. Please withdraw the crybaby comment.
Mr. Speaker, he has a white beard. He's not a crying baby. I've withdrawn it. So sit down. I've withdrawn. You are not a crying baby again. It's okay. Which one again? I withdraw. Which one? That you should keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, I've withdrawn. You should keep quiet. I withdraw. You should keep quiet. A crying old man. I've withdrawn that one too. So, Mr. Speaker, we have introduced this electronic levy, the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, we've made it clear that this levy will serve 2 purposes. 2. 1, we are going to invest part of the funds in the private sector. Mr. Speaker, Kwame Agboja on his feet, in his argument, contended that government should never dream of absorbing the many unemployment youth in the public sector, and that he contends that there should rather be a space in the private sector. Honorable Agboja, the question you've asked, the answer is in the e-levy. Kwame Agboja, the answer is in the e-levy. Because in that e-levy, Opportunities are being created. Opportunities are being created from the district level. Young entrepreneurs who need 10,000, those who need 50,000. And this time it's being structured through the banks so that they can also start their own business. After all, the greatness of America rests on the private sector when they talk about the American dream, because the American government puts money in the pocket of the people. What are we seeing here? So, Mr. Speaker, no matter how you criticize, no matter how you poison the minds of Ghanaians, this government means well. We shall remain resolute. We shall not be carried away by your propaganda. The e-levy has come. Embrace it. It will benefit the people of Ghana. In one breath, Atufosi will argue loudly in this house that our tax, the debt burden, we are taking too much loans. Government says yes. We are departing from that. We want to look within, expand the tax net, and make sure that the ordinary Ghanaian, all of us contribute. That one too, you say no. But I can understand. Your fear is that government would get sufficient resources to develop the country. You are afraid that when things are done, you may not have the opportunity of coming back to power. That is all why you are making noise. And today, I want to tell you, the youth of Adaku, who have entrepreneurial energy in them, are going to have an equal chance of benefiting. And if you come and vote, if you vote against this bill, trust me, prosperity, your people who elected you into this house will never forgive you, Kwame Abuja. And all those who are thinking like you, this e-levy is a savior. Yes. The road construction, you and I know. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's face facts. Let's deal with the real issue. By the grace of God, one of you chairs a road fund in this house. The burden there, the contractors who have worked and have no payment, they don't know even when they will be paid. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that they are so burdened. People's businesses are collapsing. Now, a structured way to deal with the problem is to get funds, reliable funds, dedicated funds, over and above what you're already getting, so that contractors can be paid. We file questions for road construction in this house more than any other department or ministry. If you check our records, every MP is asking for roads. Nesikanu Wahi, where is the money? Where is the money? We don't want to borrow. We are not going to take loans. But you see, Mr. Speaker, NDC argue with mischief, with respect. With respect because, Mr. Speaker, with mischief because in all their submissions, they have not told us what the alternative plan is. And today, you are led by your deputy minority leader. I am challenging your leadership. Tell us what your alternative plan is. Tell us. Because in 2016, you raised your hands up in despair and said you could do nothing. That is what you said. And it's the same stock of politicians who are today making noise and telling us that our policies are not good. So tell us what your policies are. But Mr. Speaker, the time has not come yet. We have confidence in the head of our economic management team. Dr. Baumia.
You have 1 more minute. Can you conclude?
We have confidence in him. We have confidence in him.
Let him conclude so you can answer. Conclude, really, please conclude.
A point of information to the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. Point of information to the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. He asserts that this side, we are against the e-levy because when they get the money, they will develop the country in such a way that we will not be able to win elections and come to power. The same statement was made in 2001, 2002 in this parliament. by the late J.H. Mensah, sitting where he is now, when he was majority leader. That year they had gone for a $1 billion loan. And when we resisted it in this parliament, he said that the NDC were afraid of the loan because if the loan went through, they would default the country. He said the NDC will never come to power in this country. He said it, J.H. Mensah. 2008, we won election and came back to power for 8 years. So take note of that and advise yourself.
Yeah, leader.
The Honorable Cletus Abuka is a very good friend, a veteran member of this House. Indeed, a former majority leader. And he knows that if he comes through the vehicle of elucidation or providing information, the person on his feet must be persuaded to yield. He just bursts onto the scene like a whirlwind and seize control of the platform. And you know that you cannot do that.
Yes, the Honorable Manuel Deputy Leader conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by strongly rebutting the submission by Honorable Ajay Mensah when he had the space to argue. Mr. Speaker, under this government, the following roads have been completed. The rehabilitation of the Kwabenya Taifa Road, the Obuasi Junction Dunkwa Road, the Tinkrom Amanfo Road, the Kwabi Ekropon Road, the rehabilitation, the reconstruction of the Otano School Junction Road, Mr. Speaker, the Bore Junction to Pandai Lot 2, as well as the Princess Junction to Princess Town roads. Mr. Speaker, for the record, these are roads. Few, I can say, because of the space of time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kind audience, and I thank my colleagues for indulging me.
Honorable Akpa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion titled, "This House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending December 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I must confess that I am not in a very prime state. I have been battling a sore throat for a few days. I prayed fervently last night for God to grant me mercy so that I will be able to also contribute to this debate. Thankfully, I am not doing too badly. Mr. Speaker, my comments will be confined to the area of education. And let's be honest and blunt and truthful. Any serious and objective mind who has followed and monitored the evolution of our country's education since the MPP took over the reins of this country will come to the conclusion that today our educational system can be described as a caricature. Mr. Speaker, I'll say so because my able ranking member has already elucidated and demonstrated how basic education has suffered and continues to suffer. Mr. Speaker, the suffering is not only confined to basic education, but even tertiary education is also facing similar neglect. Mr. Speaker, a lot of attention and resources have gone towards the implementation and sustenance of the free senior high school. But even there, with the quantum of resources applied,
we are still bedeviled with the challenges that we want our colleagues on the other side to pay heed to and to address, to which they refused. 5 years down the line, Charles, NAGRA, Africa Education Watch, almost every stakeholder, besides government and its appointees, agree that it is not well with our educational system, and particularly secondary education. Mr. Speaker, by and large, this debate has been reduced to taxes and whether or not we should support the 1.75 e-levy. Our side has been very clear, and we are not going to budge. It is not going to matter the level of intimidation, coercion, or even enticements. We will reject this budget. We cannot vote for this budget, because this is not a budget that gives Ghanaians hope. As a member of Parliament for Butsasam, my constituents have told me that should I make the mistake of voting in favor of this budget, I should remain in Accra. And I would not remain in Accra. They sent me here to work on their behalf. Their instructions are very clear. In Buni, they told me, Abasina, Francham, can't vote it a budget for. So in Abasina, when you go, don't vote for this budget. And so our position is clear. We represent our people, and we are going to do what they have asked us to do. Mr. Speaker, earlier the chairman of my committee made a number of comments, and I just quickly want to run through them. It is not the case that we've ever been opposed to a free national school policy. In fact, we started a comprehensively, we adopted a gradual approach to implement it. When they even came to power, for the first 2 years, the students who were in final year, 2017-2018, were not beneficiaries of the free national school policy, implying that they were also doing it gradually. So they have no reason to try and chastise us for opposing a process that we began, that they came to continue. Mr. Speaker, I want to dwell on why we cannot vote for this budget and why we should not be giving the MPP Akufo-Addo-led government any more money than they deserve. Mr. Speaker, last year, the mid-year budget, the Minister for Finance indicated that cumulatively, government has spent 3.2 billion in financing the free national school policy. This year, mid-year budget, after I posed a question to the minister as to whether or not government had contracted a loan to finance the policy, in his response, he indicated that government had not contracted a loan, but government had spent 7.62 billion. Mr. Speaker, I went on to ask a supplementary question as to why, just within the span of 1 year, there was such a quantum leap from 3.2 billion to 7.62. The minister's response, and it's captured in the Hansa, was that the year 2020 was a year in which various expenditures and expenses were undertaken, and that he will return to this house with details to account for the difference, which is about 4 billion. Just because as we speak, we don't know what accounted for that quantum leap in just 1 year. And Mr. Speaker, it could not have been covered, because we know that in the same media budget, a whooping 600 million Ghana cedis had been allocated towards preparing schools for reopening. So, where is the 4 billion Ghana cedis we ought to investigate, we ought to find out. That money ought to be accounted for. Mr. Speaker, in this House, I posed a question to the Minister for Education around the amount of money expended to procure past examination questions for students who wrote WASI in 2020 and 2021. The Minister responded and indicated that that was done to help prepare the students to do well in their exams. Mr. Speaker, 2 years in a row, a true contract valued at 68 million Ghana cedis were awarded to one company, Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, through sole sourcing. Mr. Speaker, WASI 2021 ended not long ago. I can tell you on authority that not all the 723, government now says 724, senior high schools in this country benefited from those procured past examination questions. Shouldn't we be asking for an investigation? Couldn't these monies have gone to do other things? Mr. Speaker, in this same House, a facility was passed with a tax waiver of $3.2 million for the procurement of mathematical sets, each costing 75 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when I posed a question to the Minister as to when the instruments arrived and whether they were available to the students who wrote WASI in 2020, the Minister could not respond. He said he would go back and check and come back because this is the House of Records and he wanted to be updated. As we speak, that has not been done. I tell you honestly again that in the just past WASI, not all the candidates who wrote the WASI had access to these mathematical instruments. The Minister told us that because the supplier was unable to meet the contractual conditions, the contract had been abrogated. What has happened to the tax waiver? What has happened to the rest of the mathematical sets that were to be distributed? Mr. Speaker, when you add all of these things and you look at the fact that there's a lot of wastage in the import and export sector, we can speak about over-invoicing, under-invoicing, misclassification, re-exportation fraud. And don't take it from me, it is happening. All these are monies that should be coming to the state. Many are even aware of a case that involves a member of the Council of State, where a citizen has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor, making the case of tax evasion. If we do it right and avoid cronyism and avoid the tendency to allow our financiers to get away with cheating the state, I believe we should be able to mobilize enough resources and not to impose a regressive tax on the people of this country. Let's speak about in any case. The President and the MPP like to tout the free senior high school policy as their flagship policy. Have you noticed that in this year's budget allocation, just about 2.2 billion has been assigned to the flagship program, the free senior high school? Compare that to the Office of Government Machinery, the Presidency, 3.1. So where's the priority? Which one is a flagship program? The engagement in luxurious travel, because obviously that is taking precedence over the free senior school policy. Mr. Speaker, the issues challenging and bedeviling the implementation of the free senior school have not changed ever since we raised them. You can look at the PIAC monetary report of senior high schools, 2018-2019, dated December 2019. Matters to do with overcrowding, unwholesome expired food, overburdened teachers, intimidated headmasters who cannot speak, an erratic academic calendar. They have not changed. Just a week ago, just a month ago, I think, no, a few days, 21st November 2021, CHAS, we all know the role of CHAS. They held their annual conference in Bolgatanga, the issues are the same. Matters to do with buffer stock, insufficient food, erratic academic calendar, intimidated headmasters, the need to ensure that wholesome food is provided. These are the issues. They have not been addressed. I've told you how you can get money without this levy. Stop granting waivers. Ensure that revenue at the ports are collected. Prevent re-exploitation fraud. Prevent under-invoicing. Prevent corruption. Stop chartering private planes. And you can save enough money to address the challenges. Mr. Speaker, let me quickly say a few words about the situation in the tertiary sector. And I want to begin with the promise to provide free Wi-Fi for all public educational institutions. It was talked about, touted in the MPP Manifesto 2016-2020. The Vice President even launched it. And we were told that about 90% of our senior high schools have all been connected to free Wi-Fi. When we challenge them to provide the list, till date, they've not been able to do it. In the case of the colleges of education where they started benefiting, the minister is right here, and this is his letter. He wrote to the colleges of education, telling them to pay back the amount. The date of the letter is 23rd July 2021. It was written to the Director General, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. They received it on the 12th of August 2021. That they should pay back a whooping 6.8 million. You told us that it was going to be a free service. They have started benefiting from it, although it wasn't the best. How can you then turn around and tell them to pay for something that you promised all of Ghana was going to be free? Why? Why can't you be sincere? And in that case, Mr. Speaker, just think about it. 724 senior schools in the country, 46 colleges of education, all the district directorates of education, the public secondary schools. Which companies have been contracted to provide these services, under what conditions, and how were they selected? Procurement fraud, and that is what is happening. In the case of the masters, sole sourcing. In the case of the PASCO, sole sourcing. I mean, this government has now become the bastions, the poster children of sole sourcing. And yet they were so critical of our side. Go and compare the records. So if we address the issues properly, and if we plug the revenue loopholes at the ports, Mr. Speaker, if we stop giving tax waivers to our cronies,
your time is up. 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, we will not have the need to adopt a regressive tax. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I, Clement Abasina Bapak, a son of John Azundem, I have been told not to vote by my constituents of Busasam. If I vote, I will remain in Accra. I will not remain in Accra. I will go home. Therefore, I and my side cannot disappoint the people of Ghana and my constituents voting for this hopeless budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Education or Safety to Education. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the wonderful opportunity allowing me to speak on the motion that this Honorable House approve the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be here this afternoon and to get the opportunity to speak on this motion. I'm sitting here and I'm wondering if we are reading from the same book. I'm surprised. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if my colleagues on the other side are reading from this book.
painting a picture of doom and gloom. And some even went to the extent of saying that this budget should be thrown into the dustbin. I'll tell you one thing. God willing, when we create the National Education Hall of Fame, this budget will find itself there. When we create the National Education Hall of Fame, the name Ken Oforiatta will be etched in gold. When we create the National Education Hall of Fame, God willing, one day, the name Nana Addo Dankwa will be etched in gold. Let me tell you this. Maybe sometimes I will cut you a slack. You probably do not understand some of the policies that have been written in here. When you talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, for the first time in the history of this country, it is not just rhetoric. It's here, boldly stated. And for those of you who have not read Appendix 10C, Appendix 10D, Appendix 10E, go and look. I always say the appendices are like the book of Revelation in the Bible. That is all the revelation is. If the statement by the minister is mere rhetoric, you're not going to find the kind of things he wants to do through the appendices. Let me tell you one thing. In education, at this time, there's something called Education 4.0, which is a direct response to Industry 4.0. The first industrial revolution was the steam engine. Of course, that was during our colonial era and we remains there. Then came the electricity revolution. We did not benefit from it. Then came electronics. That era also passes by. Now we are going to the fourth industrial revolution, the fusion of the physical and the biological. The era of the Internet of Things. The era where the young men and women of this country, if not properly trained, will not be able to secure jobs anywhere. We are in the fourth industrial revolution, and this budget is responding to the fourth industrial revolution. I'm not used to reading. I put it here and I say it. I think that is what we've been told in this parliament. I don't have to be reading. 10C, Appendix 10C. What does it say? 35 STEM high schools, 10 of which will be done this year. It's like building precinct 35 times in this country. Never happened before. Now, when you talk about your constituents say rejected, maybe you have not explained the budget to them. If you tell your constituents that this budget is going to give them the opportunity for their children to go to transform junior high schools that are just like high schools, your constituents will tell you, vote for it before you come to Accra. If you tell your constituents that this budget is making provision, God willing, to bring about 5 STEM universities, your constituents in the Savannah region, the Northeast region, are going to tell you, you better get that budget approved because we need a new university. So for those whose constituents have warned you not to pass the budget, maybe you haven't read the budget with them. If you have read the budget with them, they will tell you better approve it before you come back to the constituents. Because your constituents are going to say something. They are going to say that there's a STEM high school that is going to be built in Yampala. There's a STEM high school that is going to be built in Bosono, and we better get one of them. And if God willing, the Minister for Finance, through the direction of the President, has agreed that 35 of such schools will be built in the country, maybe you want to say, hey, my constituents need one. Don't tell them you will not approve the budget. If you say you are not approving this budget, you are rejecting 5 potential new universities for the new regions. Is that what you want to tell Ghanaians? If you say that you are not approving this, it means you are stopping Hohoi from getting a brand new campus of UHAS. Is that what you want to tell Ghanaians? If you say you are not approving this budget, If you say you are not approving this budget, you are telling Ghanaians that you don't want 12 state-of-the-art vocational institutions. Is that what you want to tell Ghanaians? If you say you are not approving this budget, what it means is that you are not allowing this nation to recover from the 1987 education reform. The 1987 education reform that destroyed our education system, the PNDC, you don't want the country to recover from it. So let me tell you this. When you look at our secondary education system, on paper it's 6 years. In practice, it's 3 years. Nana Akufo-Addo wants to reverse that. And that is why he has authorized that we build state-of-the-art junior high schools that has every facility as a high school to give us 6 years of quality secondary education. And you want your constituents to be deprived of this opportunity? So when you say your constituents say don't vote for a program, we haven't told them that there's a new junior high school coming, they can get what? And that is why they told you don't vote for it. I, the son of Osumche, my constituents have told me I better get this budget approved before I come back. Let me tell you, we are in the 4th industrial revolution, and this nation will not be left behind. Under Nana Akufo-Addo, we are moving full steam ahead, addressing issues at the basic level, ensuring that universities are prepared, ensuring that we move our gross tertiary enrollment ratio up from 18.8%, God willing, by 2030 we'll hit 40%, and the future of this country will be secure forever. So for those who are naysayers, I crave your indulgence to understand this budget is about education, education, and education. It is going to be the centerpiece of transformation of education. And as you know, in the 21st century, no country has transformed its fortunes without transforming education. And that is why the president has directed that we focus on education. And this budget has focused on education like none other. And I plead with you, for the sake of your constituency, read Appendix 10C, 10D, 10E, and tell your constituents that a better day is coming for education in this nation. And when you're able to explain 10C, 10D, 10E to them, they will tell you you better vote for this budget before you come back to the constituency. Mr. Speaker, it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity to be here today to speak on this budget and to say the better days of our nation is ahead of us and not behind us. Our better days are ahead of us and not behind us. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics is being promoted to make us competitive with the rest of the world. And how we do that is the 35 STEM schools. How we do that is 5 STEM universities. And how we do that is the transformed junior high school system, where students are going to learn about robotics, where they are learning about artificial intelligence, where we are going to compete with the rest of the world. We always talk about other nations. If you don't do what they do, how do you become like them? And another Akufo-Addo said Ghana must do what Singapore is doing. Ghana must do what South Korea is doing so that we can become competitive. So my brothers and sisters on the other side of the aisle, I plead with you to join all of us on this side and massively vote for this budget, because the future of Ghana is buried on the pages of this budget. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Senator Ajuman Rollins. Dr. Rollins.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion laid by the Minister of Finance that this House adopts the budget and economic policy ending December 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is only when you are dying or drowning that you need to be saved. So I'm so glad that the MPP government has named this the Ajenkwa budget. Because by their own admission, Ghana is drowning and needs to be saved.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, my worry is that every time a budget is presented in this House since 2017 and given a very interesting slogan, the opposite of what the slogan declares is what happens to us in Ghana.
Yeah.
Last year, the one-year budget has caused a level of regression which has now resulted in the new name, Ajenkwa. So I dread to think what will happen in 2022. And I know that it is the patriotic members of the National Democratic Congress, the members of Parliament representing half of the constituencies in this country, who will take a brave position to stand against these harsh taxes that are being imposed on the already suffering masses of this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the Minister of Finance did not make reference to the national security strategy of this country, which was finalized under the watch of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, because in this security strategy, everything, including the management of the economy, was mentioned. Mr. Speaker, some of the risks that were highlighted under the national security strategy included capital flight, tax evasion and avoidance, illicit financial transfers and flows, and the downright theft of resources of Ghana. And this is a document that was laid within the tenure of the MPP government. It further speaks about the impact of our national economic security resulting from weak revenue collection systems, a high public sector wage bill, rising public debt losses, and debt accumulation in the energy and utilities sector, as well as economic sabotage. These have been identified as some of the threats informing national security risks to our national economic stability. The youth bulge, unemployment and poverty, bribery and corruption, ecological and environmental hazards are but a few of the issues mentioned under our national security strategy under the threats that Ghana faces as a nation. So I'm actually surprised that this budget was so silent on Galamsey, even though we know it still exists. This was highlighted as one of the threats to Ghana's security. Now, as part of the national security strategy, the vision has 7 pillars, one of which talks about pursuing prudent economic, trade, and investment policies that strengthen the overall national economy and create opportunity, employment, and prosperity for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, COVID as a pandemic has not disappeared yet, and somehow the poor people of Ghana are being asked to pay a COVID tax after being told that they were getting free utilities because of the pandemic. The very same people are being asked to shoulder the burden of money that came in, which we still have not received the full account of its utilization, and yet, once again, new taxes are being imposed, an e-levy. Such insensitivity, Mr. Speaker. As far as our national security is concerned, the demographic dividend, which in layman's terms is the youth bulge, has presented us with unprecedented levels of unemployment, which, based on our national security strategy, is a risk to our democracy in this country. When you have a country where the policy of education does not dovetail into the employment market, you end up with graduates who are unemployed. When you have an overemphasis on what was a manifesto promise, which is the free SHS, neglecting primary education and TVET, you end up with grown-ups who don't have the skills to fit into the job market. If the tens of thousands of youth queuing for their selection process into our security services is anything to go by, then we are in a crisis in this country. Paragraph 1091 on page 202 of this budget of the 2022, in the case of the Ghana Armed Forces, has mentioned that it shall recruit 3,000 personnel. Juxtapose that against the thousands more of people who were lining up to enter our security services. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, on page 212, paragraph 1089, and I read, Mr. Speaker, the structural design and financial proposal for the execution of phase 3 of the 37 military hospital expansion projects are being reviewed. Construction works will commence in 2022. In previous budgets, Mr. Speaker, this paragraph would have been named the Military Health Program. But this time it falls in with no heading, and missing from here is the Afari Military Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I'll take us down a little trip on memory lane, because in 2017, the minister did tell us, and I quote, from page 124, paragraph 726, the 500-bed Afari Military Hospital expected to be completed and start operating in 2017. This is a hospital that was started under President Mahama when the NDC was in office before 2017. In 2018 budget, page 130, paragraph 731, and I repeat this, that the ministry continued with the construction of the new 500-bed military hospital at Afari near Kumasi, which will be commissioned in 2018. And then again in the 2019 budget on page 182, paragraph 944, it reads, to achieve universal health coverage for both the military and civilian personnel, the military continued with the construction of the new 500-bed military hospital at Afari near Kumasi, which surprisingly is now about 40% complete. And it says in 2019 the ministry will continue with this project. In 2020 budget, page 192, paragraph 1078, the ministry continued construction of the 500-bed military hospital at Afari, which it says is 81% completed and will be commissioned in 2020. In the 2021 budget, page 188, paragraph 1071, infrastructure works on the 500-bed military hospital at Afari, 85% complete in December 2021. Mr. Speaker, following this budget, there's no mention of this hospital in the 2022 budget, and one wonders whether it magically disappeared, or perhaps there was an oversight like the Volta region roads of last year's budget. Mr. Speaker, when the imposition of taxes causes more hardship for the already struggling people of Ghana, it results in a widening gap between the rich and the poor. 1 more minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the Directive Principles of State Policy, Article 35, Article 35.7, as far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by previous governments. Mr. Speaker, this government has not shown a willingness to support our armed forces. They sacrifice their lives to ensure the territorial integrity of our country. They go on peace support operations to ensure that Ghana maintains its international reputation, and the hospital has not been taken care of, just like the 37 military hospital, and the police hospital as well, which is also in limbo. Mr. Speaker, I would urge that you kindly get Parliament to constitute a body or constitute a committee to look into this, because this also constitutes financial loss to the state. Our men and women in uniform deserve better. They should not have to be paying for their health care. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we will suspend sitting for 1 hour. It's exactly 3 p.m. We will resume at 4 p.m.
My name is Pearl Adusu Jesse, PRO, National Road Safety Authority. It's all about GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. Meeting point, Legon Presec, Bastol. Time 6 a.m. Happening on 27th November 2021. We have to walk to save lives. We'll walk as well as have fun. So come. Let us work together to save lives on our road. See you at the meeting point, 6 a.m. sharp.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Vena Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.
drives couples to record a sex tape? Do they measure the risk involved, or you say love covers it all? What comes to mind when sending news to your partner? Would it be for their eyes only? And what if it leaks for the whole world to see? Well, some say it's for the fun of it. Well, on this episode of Moons and Cuddles, we explore all these questions. I am Paulina Deda Opoko. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, the big question on the table, why send news to your partner? Yeah, a lot of people say it's a very dangerous part, like, if you are into that game where, you send and receive news from your partner. But today we're going to discuss that and explore all the risks involved. So, to help me do justice to this topic, I have actress Cecilia Anubani. Cici.
Hi, doll.
See, when I see you, I know that we are going all out. We are saying what we are ain't supposed to say.
Oh, yes,
like,
yes.
Say
No
it out.
filter here.
And I like your look.
Thank you, boo.
Okay, that's it. Then in the middle, we have Cosmos Izeno. He's a sex educationist. He's been sandwiched by the ladies. Cosmos, it's good to have you back.
I'm glad to be here.
The last time you were here, where we were talking about what men wish women knew about their sexual fantasies. It was like, wait, who is that guy? What,
he was intense.
The things he said. Please, let's keep the same energy.
Of course.
Now remember that the show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Now, they say ladies first, but Cici, I'm going to save you. The first question on the table, should nudes, like when it comes to sending nudes, should it be based on your decision or a demand from your partner?
It's never a demand.
It should never be.
It's never a demand. When you're in a relationship with someone, nothing should really be a demand in the relationship, because it's a partnership. It's two people, two equals who are sharing an intimacy, who are sharing a bond. They're on a journey that should perhaps one day culminate into marriage, and even beyond marriage, the journey continues. Okay, yeah, you can ask, you can, request, but even when it comes to news, I don't think it's appropriate to ask or request. If she wants to, she would. If your partner wants to show you something, they would. It's not something you have to ask for, so it's never a demand. If she doesn't want to do it, she doesn't want to do it. If they don't want to, put themselves out there like that, they should never have to. You as the partner needs to understand that, because I think this is very applicable even to married couples too.
Yeah.
So nothing should ever be a demand.
It's your decision.
It's your decision.
Okay.
Totally.
So Cici, for people who find themselves in the game, it's cool. Like they just love to show their man what they are missing. Like, do you want to hurry with work, finish up and come home, come see all you're missing?
Yes.
Maybe long distance.
Yeah.
A whole lot of things inform people to do that. But how do you play safe?
How do you play safe?
Yeah.
Gosh, is there ever a way of playing safe?
Huh.
No, I mean, it's really just about the relationship, how it's going. You might, and it's okay. Putting aside all of the responsible stuff, right?
Yeah.
The irresponsible part of me is like, I just want to tease him a little, and that's the fun part of the relationship, when you just want to make baby tease each other. I think now what is happening is everybody wants to show everything on social media, and that's the problem. And because damn, I mean, I don't try to show my age, but like in the past, it wasn't about that. It was just about, you know what, I'm just trying to tease you. I'm trying to send you something. This is what is waiting for you, or this is what I'm working with this evening, you know, and that's what it was about. But it's just because of social media and everybody wants to be like, look at me.
Show something.
Yeah. And that's the only problem now. That's why it's become such a cliche and
so you cannot
taboo.
even play safe, like, you know, no matter how you trust the person.
I mean, with something like Snapchat, you can streak it and set it such that the person cannot save it or something. Because Snapchat will sell you out. If you try to save something, Snapchat will alert the person that the person is saving. But even with that, someone can just use another phone to Telegram, for example, has the option of secret chats where you cannot screenshot at all. If you do, it comes as a blank screen. Wow, you know, you can send. But even with that, it's still a risk. Again, the person can take with a different phone. Telegram again has that option where you're sending something, and I think WhatsApp now has it too, where it disappears after the person watches it. But with Telegram, you can set it with. It's never really safe, even with all these safeguards, even with all these protective whatever. It's never really safe.
Protective.
If I'm going to say, if I'm going to rank, I would say right now, Telegram, if you're going to do something like that, is the safest, followed by maybe Snapchat or something.
So I've heard so many reasons why women or men send nudes. So Cosmo, I'm going to ask you, for a man, if you receive nudes, whether video or photo from your partner, does it light up your day? Tell us.
My birthday, I woke up to a beautiful set of breasts in my DM with a happy birthday message, and I can assure you I was smiling for almost the rest of the day.
Yeah.
On No Bra Day, my DMs were literally...
Oh, wow.
I mean, I was the happiest man on social media that day.
Okay, so you can make him happy.
These were not like internet something. These were personal. Someone would text me and be like, "This is for you. Wow. Watch and be happy." And they were so beautiful, you know. Yes, so definitely lights up your day from the right person.
From the right person.
People.
Sissy, women too, how do we feel about it? Wait, not because there's been instances where someone will just send you a dick photo. Like, I don't know you from
I was gonna say, can I say dick?
Say it, my dear. Like
a dick pic is like
like my face.
Damn.
Like
the dick is not an attractive. When it's not working, it's not that attractive. So I mean, when you get a picture of it, it's a bit like, I don't know.
But why would you send a dick which is not erect? Like a sleeping dick?
I'm not gay, but I have seen some really beautiful specimens out there.
Really? I mean,
we're not saying no, that's not what we're saying.
No, we're not saying it's not beautiful. It's just a bit.
It's just weird.
When there's energy,
we need warning with a dick pic. I think a boob pic is like, ooh, boobs. No. But
Everyone
a dick pic is
boobs.
very much.
I realize this. Regardless of your sex or gender or sexuality, everybody loves boobs. Men, women, all the things in between. Everyone loves boobs. Dicks, not so much.
Yes, exactly. So it's a dick
really
pic is not that attractive in a picture.
True.
See?
That's
so
very true.
Guys with the dick pics, please relax.
Unsolicited.
Maybe send some chest. I think we underestimate the chest. Send like a nice picture of the chest with the V, you know, the V, right? Oh, the V is so much nicer than a real raw
those
dick
who
pic.
don't have like the abs.
Everybody has the V.
Wait,
not the V, the abs.
But it doesn't have to be Abby. It has to be, because every woman knows what she's working with. Do you know what I mean? If I'm with a skinny guy, I know I'm working with a skinny guy.
I like
if I'm
how
with
you
a buff
put
guy,
it. Every woman knows what she's working with.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So if I'm with a fat guy, I know what I'm working with. You know, that's my belly. That's what I like. I'm gonna shake that.
I see. I'm like, oh, that's my belly. That's
yes.
it. Oh,
so show me like some abs or some do this.
No, it's not all about dick food.
Yeah, but the dick pic is just, and you always seem to open it at the wrong time when. Somebody just walks up on you like, oh, you know.
But it's not cool seeing a dick photo from a guy you have nothing,
Oh,
absolutely
no,
nothing.
No, that's a huge no.
Even for
That's
men,
a
I don't
huge
think
no.
maybe if we're in that, because recently KKD was saying that he keeps on receiving news from women that he doesn't know, so he can text them and like, wait, is it wrong destination? Like, oh no, KKD, I want it, and he's like, he doesn't want it. Know whom you are playing with.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's very true. I feel like a lot of men won't complain when women send them these things because obviously men being men, you know, we want to see it regardless.
Yeah.
But when the gender role is reversed, it's just weird, you know, because I've had some friends. I wonder the logic behind it. You know, you send a girl your dick pic. It's just weird.
Okay,
like,
let me tell you the logic behind it, right? Basically, what they're trying to say is, this is the size you're going to get.
It could be yours.
Do you know what I mean? It's all about the size. Exactly. And it's all about it's big. It's because, you know, when you're doing that whole initial talk and the guy starts talking about, you know, it's big, it's thick, it's long, it's
You want to know if it's audio or,
yeah,
you know.
so, and I always think, God, why this description? Like, when we get there, I will see it. But yeah, it's mainly because I think that's what's behind it. You want to show what you're.
If you're you know like that with a person and you know you are talking the talk and you want to prove whatever that, I think that's between you and the person. But a lot of women can attest to the fact that they have received on social media unsolicited dick pictures, which is incredibly annoying. And in my point of view, it's borderline harassment. You know,
it is
because it's usually not impressive as like not to sound racist or something. It usually comes from some of the Middle Eastern people. It's kind of annoying, especially I don't know if the women in their country are not enough.
That's how
for
they
them.
move.
They send it. I don't know. Maybe they broadcast it, and hopefully one
will catch
it. You know, like oh wow. And, I mean.
Okay.
Once you go black, you never go back. They've seen things.
All right. But then there are some people who hate the whole idea. Like, no, I'm against it. Why send nudes? Anything could happen. Now, the big question, can you explain why people take photos or videos, you know, their personal body? Does it make you feel good?
Why do we take, I mean, you know, I have a good body. I'm very proud of my body. So I don't mind showing it to the man that I'm with or who I'm interested in or whatever it is. So I think that's where some women are coming from. You know, I guess that's basically what it is. It's just been, and you know, I always talk about this, mental health. I am very, very comfortable with me.
I've always wanted to ask this as well. I feel like a lot of women want validation for their insecurities as well.
I don't think, well, I'm not sure what other women do it for. Yes, sometimes, you know, women are very, they want to be validated all the time.
Wow, you're beautiful. I mean,
yeah.
She wants to feel like, you know,
feel good.
She feels beautiful, like he finds her attractive. So she sends it to him, and then I've had instances where I'm not interested in the person, but then the person will send me, you know, like something, and I just, you know, those things don't exactly move me like that if I'm not like that.
Well, that's what I don't know why a girl would send it to a guy who's not interested in her, like into her.
Like, it's just telling you, this is what you're missing. You can get
exactly.
this.
But for a woman to do that also is because I'm thinking she has to be very confident, because if you're not confident and you're sending something out there and you're not looking right in all of the angles. This is why we practice angles, ladies.
Angles.
Right.
The other day, I'll talk about this later on the show. The other day, I was teaching girls. I got to a point when I realized, so if you're going to do it, just do it right.
Yes, that's what I mean.
That
the leg has to be all kinds of.
Maybe a little lingerie. No, like sometimes when you're wearing something, you spice it up.
I said something to one of my girls. I told her, look, if your nudes are to ever get leaked, if it's terrible, it's a leak.
That's it.
If it's nice, it's a wallpaper. And she was surprised, and I'm like, you see the energy you put into taking snaps.
Yeah.
And people look at your snaps and screenshot like, wow, this girl put the same energy into.
Exactly.
If you find yourself in that.
Exactly.
A lot of girls do it to validate their insecurities. They want the person they're sending it to be like, oh my God, wow, you're beautiful, and it sparks something in them, like, wow, she finds me attractive, you know.
Yeah. No, well, I think definitely you have to be working with some kind of confidence there. I'm not around most of these people who don't have confidence. I don't know.
You don't know how it works.
But in terms of confidence, I'm not going to send you something if I'm not confident in it or in me.
That is why, as we stated earlier, it should be a decision, not like a demand. So maybe you're not feeling okay.
Exactly.
Maybe you're not in the mood. You know, taking nudes comes with the mood.
It's a job.
Oh yeah, a lot of these younger girls.
In the mood and
a lot of these younger girls do it just because maybe they are with someone, and a lot of these guys, no offense, manipulate the girls. They guilt trip them, and so a lot of these girls are doing it not because they want to, but because they don't want to lose the guy, or because the guy is demanding for it, and they they want to just. But I've met girls who absolutely love to show their bodies off. They know they have it. They know they are amazing. And they just want to see it.
That's why I was asking the question. Like, it's not about, women don't always take news just to send to their partner. Like, you just want to, you are just there. Maybe like, you haven't to have matching.
The girl's secret.
Or the lingerie is looking good.
The girl's secret. Every girl takes nudes in secret. Every girl at some point has taken pictures of themselves naked.
You're not gonna deny it.
No,
Every girl.
Yeah.
I said it one time, guys were not believing me, and so I called like 10 girls, and I asked each and every one of them, admit it. You've been alone before, maybe out of the shower, just checking yourself out, and you have taken you've maybe not sent it to anybody, but you've taken it, and they all said yes.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't guys believe that?
But then in such a case, it will hurt if you're just for your eyes only situation, and then maybe your phone gets into the wrong hands, and then it leaks. That is more painful. It's not like I was sending it to someone. You're gonna blame yourself for the rest of your life. So why did I even do it?
The guilt will eat you up.
It will eat you up.
You take a nude of yourself, perhaps on your Snapchat or something. Someone is going through your phone, comes across it, and this thing annoys me so much. They transfer pictures from your phone to their phone, or you take your phone.
Like
it happens.
Who are these people?
It happens. Yeah.
If you're having a latest phone and like, okay, people always take your phone to go take pictures. You never know who's got evil intention. You can just airdrop it. And
I know a couple of people it's happened to. She gave her phone to a friend, and he saw pictures of her naked on it, and he sent them to himself.
Wow.
To later use it against her, and it was such a very messed up something.
Wow.
Anyway.
And so there are cases where people have sent their phone to the phone shop, or they have gone to how they swap phones in Accra, and they forgot to
No, when you are in the game, or if that's your habit, I don't know how to hammer it. I don't know how to stress it enough. You need to play safe.
Oh, there was a recent incident. I think last year or 2 years ago, a girl's video was out between her and her boyfriend. He was giving her a head. Those who know. And
if you know, you know.
And how it leaked was, she wanted a new phone, and obviously boyfriend being boyfriend wanted to change her phone for her, upgrade it. So he swapped the phone, got her a new phone, a better phone. He cleared everything from the phone, but you see, on the iPhone, when you delete stuff, they go into the trash.
Right.
He did not delete things from the recently deleted.
Oh, wow.
The person who got the phone, the person who bought the phone after, saw it, and then the rest is history.
But before we just wrap this first segment, I just want to know, when it comes to partners, lovers, whether married or dating, having to record the act, the whole love making thing, does it? Wait, I haven't been in that position, because maybe I would say maybe I'm lost in the moment. I'm enjoying it. I don't have time to having to, whatever it is. So why do that anyway?
People do different things in the moment, the heat of the moment, Yes, some do that to rate their performance, Others do it just to see themselves on, you know, they want to see what it looks like when they're doing it. You know, a friend of mine was talking about that, and I was like, rather than to record yourself, why don't you put a mirror and you can look at you can see yourself in the mirror. That experience was mind-blowing for her. But then people want to see.
I just want to
too much. You can try it in the mirror. It's a live something. It has a whole different feel to it, you know. But a lot of people want to see it. They want to see it. They want to see the dick doing that thing. You know, they want to see how she wants to see how she's throwing it back for him. You know, she wants to see the look on her face when she's coming, stuff like that. So they do things in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
Others do it just because they find it hot. They want to, you know, they want to watch it later, you know. And then there are the shady ones that record without their partner's notice, just because they want everybody to know that they fucked this girl or something like that.
Did you want to add something to it?
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I mean, people just want to, you know, see themselves, how cute I look. Let me push it back. Let me see how he acts.
I'm like, okay, maybe I was not doing this right. Moving forward, now I see, maybe I should.
Yes, it's just about, you know, I think just playing with each other, I guess. I don't know, it's just of late, as I say, that it's taken a turn for the worst. But initially, it was just about, you know what, it's just a play. Look at your face when you're doing this thing. Look how cute you look. You know, it was just all about that. Yeah, and it was just like a moment between two people that, you know, let's just record this. Let's see how it is, you know?
Cosmo said it, but I think we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll move to the second part of the conversation.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
You're welcome back from that quick break. You're watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, let me just play the devil's advocate. Cause, what made you send news to your partner?
You said I sent news to my partner.
You know you have.
Oh, I have.
Okay.
I won't deny it. I have. I mean, reasons vary. Reasons vary. Sometimes I've sent them because she's requested. She wants to see it.
She wants to see it?
She misses it.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I've sent because she loves that that spontaneous something. You know, because I could wake up. That is like the person I was with at the time. You know.
Oh, so now you're available.
I mean, it depends. I've been with different people.
No, because wait, a question at a time. Are you single? Should we make a move?
Make your move. If it works, it works.
Okay.
Anyway, so partners, they're different. I've been with people who absolutely would not. I've been with people who sample best in their mouth. She wants you to see it. This is it, Papi. This is it, Daddy. I want you to see it. You know,
Daddy.
You'd wake up in the morning and, you know, you used to get MTN messages, but now you wake up, you open your Snapchat, and then you see the little red and purple, right, icon, and you just smile like you know what's coming. You know, you open it and you just smile. You see a perfect set of boobs, or you know, stuff, you see stuff, so sometimes you also want to like return the favor. You want to show something. There's a certain intimacy to it, being so comfortable with somebody that you're able to show them your nakedness. It's in the bedroom, showing your nakedness to the person. Yes, it shows a certain amount of trust, a certain amount of being comfortable with the person. But sending it online, knowing the risk and everything, that's also something else. And then there are times when just look at it like, damn, you're gorgeous, and I wanted to see it, so you package it nicely with a little cherry on top, with a little bow on top. You send it to her and just sit back and wait for her reaction, and she's like, oh my God, when am I seeing you? It worked.
Yeah.
When you send it and she's like, when am I seeing you? Or I want you to come over this week, or I want to come over this week. Then it worked.
It's a win-win.
Yeah. So, but then there are other times when I feel like it's all about you knowing your place with the person and knowing when to do some things, when it's appropriate and when it's not.
Well, it's not. But then, can nude spice the relationship? If yes, how does it come?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
I mean, for nudes for wives, some wife will send a nude to her husband in the middle of a meeting or something, and he's like, oh my God. Like, it kind of like, I can't wait till I get home. So with wives, I think that's why they do it, just to spark up the relationship. Get it going. It keeps it young. It keeps it fresh.
Yeah, a lot of women forget when they enter into marriages.
Yeah.
What they used to do when they were in
exactly.
relationships.
It becomes routine.
It becomes routine. They start to become that woman.
Yeah.
They should keep things spicy.
It keeps
and
it
hot,
spicy because if you're not sending it, this little chick over here with her upright boobs.
She's sending it.
If you're feeling insecure, maybe you feel like the boobs are not standing. Maybe.
Oh, but there's so many positions.
The angle. You're talking about angle.
He's your man. He's your husband.
Yeah.
Even though he spends the night with you every night, he's in your bed with he's seen it all. But you need to make it fresh for him every time. You need to make it something that he looks forward to coming home to, And in my experience, I realized being naked is nice, but there's a certain erotic nature to not being naked, not being fully naked. A woman who is half naked is somehow mysteriously more sexy than a woman that's fully naked. So you don't necessarily have to send him nudes. You can send him thirst traps.
Yeah.
That's one thing a lot of girls need to learn to do, because I realize that whilst nudes can, be so damaging, thirst traps are moderately acceptable. You can put on that lingerie that's exposing some thigh, leaving the rest to your imagination. He wants to see what's beneath that. He wants to unwrap. He wants to solve that puzzle. It's more erotic than sending actual nudes. There are times when you can show him the nudes, but I would rather advise a lot of girls to, if they want to do something like that, to do thirst traps.
I mean, definitely. I have like these outfits.
Girls don't know how to do these things.
Look at me putting myself out there.
They try to do it and it
these
comes
nurse
off.
outfits. I don't know. Like,
wow.
I think people are starting to send them here now. But
okay,
look at you. Nurse outfits. And they're very cute. I mean, they sell them like they used to sell. Well, coming from the UK, though, you can buy it from the costume shop, and then you have just the little apron, the little hat. And maybe the nipples is out or whatever.
Send to daddy.
Yes. And so it kind of like gives it that whole, I can't wait to nurse you tonight, or something. Ooh. Those kind of innuendos, or a maid outfit. Like, I can't wait to clean your whatever with my tongue. Like.
I love the show. Gosh.
She's definitely right.
There are people who do the no face, no case. So whether I'm, it's a bit covered or whatever, anytime I'm sending it to you, no matter how I trust you, Still no face, so you can see everything but not the face.
Never show your face in a nude picture. I realized you can't stop people from taking nudes. When people were living in caves, in millennial, way back in the olden days when they were living in caves, and they would draw women and stick figures and still add boobs, When men learn to sculpt.
And that's the first selfie. I mean, that was the first, nude pic.
When men learn to sculpt, there are so many sculptures. I mean, the most famous sculptures in the world are of naked people. Painters have painted famous portraits of women naked. It's always been a thing where people want to see people naked. So when the camera was invented, it was only a matter of time before people wanted to document themselves naked. The world is more connected. It's a global village. Anything you do can be out there for millions of people to see, and it's next to impossible to erase something off the internet once it's on there. So I feel like if you're ever going to do something like this, no face, no case. But it goes beyond that. Not just no face, no case. But then if you have...
And make sure you don't have no tattoos or anything, because...
No identifiers.
No, that's not right. Dude, I can see the exact...
No identifiers. If you have tats and you're taking even without face,
we know that
it's a no-brainer. We know that it's you. And then jewelry. If you're always wearing this particular piece of jewelry, that has come to it's for example, with a Tiwa something, right? When it came out at first, people were denying it's not Tiwa, but then a picture came out where she was wearing the exact same outfit.
Okay.
No identifiers, in my opinion. If there's something that can identify you, positively identify you, it's going to be hard to deny if something should ever come out, like jewelry, like tattoos, like that couch in your room, that curtain in your bedroom. You've always been taking selfies in front of that.
We are going to link it. The internet's never forget.
Like, you always see how they found the guy and everything.
They will know. Recently, Sister Deborah, she posted a picture of her with and she covered this. Oh, forget it. We know who he is. You don't have to.
I was like, yo, let the girl live. It was fast.
Yeah, it's fast because identifiers. He was wearing that shirt. Obviously, they would troll the internet to find who is wearing that particular shirt, and you know him. So once these things are very delicate.
And unfortunately, there's always a hater in your camp.
Obviously, always.
Because,
it's always the ones closest to you.
Yeah, there's always a hater in the camp.
We'll later discuss people who send, because I have never felt okay having to send, maybe when there's a video leak and they're like, oh, do you have the video? I'm like, no, I don't have. What do you think I will have? I'm the last person to ask that. I don't feel okay sending people's news because I'm thinking, what if I found myself in that situation?
Exactly.
But we are not condemning people who like to take news. Whatever the case is, you decide. Once you're mature, then you can take responsibility for that. But then for those who are in the game, how do you perfect it? Because we've said about the angles. Now, if you ask you, wait, how do I take it from someone who's watching at home? Should I take it like this, like that, what? And if I'm wearing something, what should it be?
From the guy, always take it from below. It looks longer.
It looks longer. Sissy.
Taking notes. Go on.
It adds a little bit inches to it.
A little bit of inches and add it a little bit closer too, so it looks bigger in the picture.
Watch and learn.
But as I said, please, we don't want any dick pics. It's not cute, guys. Give us chest or something and the V. But the ladies, I feel like if you're gonna do it, if you've really totally decided that you're gonna do it and you're totally comfortable with the person you're going to do it with, I was talking to you earlier on that no matter how comfortable you are, when it gets to the end and there is hate, because as they say, there's a thin line between love and hate. When hate comes in, those pictures are out regardless. So if you're gonna do it in style.
Do it well. Do it right.
Do it well. Make sure you're looking good. Don't just wake up with the couscous in your eye and whatever and just be like, here's what I look like. Put some effort into it, because the whole thing, initially, these kind of pictures started out to allure, is to get that guy or girl like, oh, you know, it's to allure them. So if you're just gonna be just waking up with your hair not did or whatever, no, put some effort into it so that at least we can, you know, if it comes out, it's a what? It's a screen. It's a screen saver.
Because I'm good. I didn't forget that.
That's what we're aiming for. We're aiming for the wallpaper.
I mean, we see these pictures on Instagram, you know, really amazing, nude, semi-nude.
Yeah.
What stops you
from doing that?
Doing the same. These videos or whatever comes out and you see it and you're like, what am I looking at?
Yeah,
you know. But there are people who've actually made a living of their nudity.
Yeah.
You know,
people
people who have, you know, with the OnlyFans, that's now, you know, a big thing. People are actually making money off their nudity. So if you're going to do it for free, make it good.
Make it
good.
Yeah.
Lighting, very important.
Right.
You know how you go into the sunlight looking for that perfect
sun-kissed.
Yeah.
Do the same. Don't sit in your dark room with the shadows and taking blurry pictures.
Head up down. Yeah.
If your phone camera quality is
not good,
please,
don't do it.
Don't,
it's not for you.
Don't
This is not
it's
for
not,
you.
It's
Stay
not your.
away.
If he wants to see it, let him
Come
get
over.
you a better camera to take it for him.
Ladies, you heard.
If he wants to see it, let him get you a phone with a better camera to take it for him. Because if you're going to do it right.
Do it right.
Yeah.
If it must be
definitely.
done,
It has to be done
Definitely.
right.
Lighting,
and I
the
think
angles.
we have to, like, as women, it has to be part of you. If you're sitting right. If you're, you know, you don't just be like, yeah, what up? Like, I'm seeing girls now, and it's like, yo, what is happening with our girls? You know, I mean, yeah, I know that nudity, you know, I saw the beach thing, I think this weekend or whatever, a lot of girls were almost naked. And I was like, okay, yeah, but do it in this way. Do it so it looks sexy. If you're gonna be naked or half naked, it has to be classy as well.
If you're going to be taking nudes, the quality, the angles, the lighting, all these factors, the same energy you take into making pictures for your Instagram post. If you're going to make a video, the same energy you put into making your TikToks, put the same energy into it. Because you're doing it to seduce, you're doing it to turn them on.
Yeah.
Not just to, you know, now
it's
just
not
looking
even
at
doing it to turn you on. We're doing it to allure you.
Exactly.
That,
you know.
Allure. It's
That is
French, no?
if it's your thing. If it's your thing. If it's
Please,
not.
and you know the trick, ladies. Okay, if you're going down there and it's not the same color, or it's, the professionals actually put makeup.
Oh.
Make it up. It's a presentation. You're presenting.
If you want to earn more marks, you know,
yes,
have
it's
to
a
put in work.
presentation. Make it up.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay.
Learn something, learn something new today.
Yeah, we learned something new. Guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To the
I
answer.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
You're Welcome back from that quick break. You're still watching Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, to understand the criminal aspects of what we're discussing today, we spoke with a human rights lawyer to, explain and give us more education on what to do. And especially those people who leak people's, nudes for fun, or I don't know what leads them to do that. So let's hear what he has to say.
If you do put a person's nakedness, I believe that's what you mean by sex tape, online, it goes against our criminal code. It's offensive. However, consenting the person who allowed you to put that photographic image or anything on social media or any other platform, but particularly on social media. And the social media, because we have a new cybersecurity act that completes these kinds of conducts, and luckily for us, our criminal code also forbids the publication of nudity and other things. And so, yes, so long as it's about the nudity of another person, if it is offensive, then it is even worse. If the intention is to blackmail the person for whatever reason, then you keep, in fact, so it gets worse depending on the purpose for which these materials were put out there for the public consumption.
Okay. Yeah, so I want to come quickly to leakages. Sometimes you may have some nude pictures on your phone, and by chance, perhaps maybe somebody hacks into your phone, or you lose your phone or something. In the process of that comes online. What's your take on that, and how do we ensure that that person's rights is protected as well?
If by accident you lose your phone and someone is able to hack into it, that is quite difficult to tackle. However, there are phones like the iPhones and the Samsungs in particular that have tracing gadgets. They have tracing capabilities, so you're able to trace almost to the last person who had it. And if you're able to do that, first of all, if you're able to do that, the police would quickly come in. The police has a cyber crime unit now that can easily, in fact, disable your phone, and then the network providers also have that kind of system that they can not only trace where the phone is, but also disable it. So I think the safest thing to do immediately this happens is to contact these two organizations, your network provider and the cybersecurity unit of the Ghana Police Service, so they can take immediate steps to not only trace the phone, but also maybe find a way of disabling it. However, where unfortunately the materials are able to get online, luckily for you, they leave footprints. Cyber issues are such that there's always a footprint left by a person who goes online. And so it is even easier that way, if much as a lot of harm would have been caused, but it's even easier when the person uploads anything, any document or pictures or videos online. The police can easily track the IP address almost to the bottom of a particular gadget or laptop. And so they can even find the person much quicker in that regard. And that person, not only has he invaded your privacy, so you could maintain an action in tort and even in criminal law, and then also, i.e., trespass onto your property. And so, in addition to that, is also the fact of the publication of the nudity, assuming there were nudity published, that the police can also take that part also on under the Cybersecurity Act, and indeed also under Criminal Act, Offences Act.
Very well said. Finally, I want to find out, what advice would you give to persons who are fond of sharing nudes? Because people have all kinds of sexual urges, and every relationship is different and all that. But what advice would you give to persons who are very fond of sharing nudes?
I think lately, the good part is that as we get closer to this kind of world, there are also remedial measures that are also being provided. So if you share your nudes with your sex partner or anyone else, as much as possible, if that's what you want to do, then you have to do it by way of video, so that you see each other live, and nobody needs to record, so that there wouldn't be the need for a record. An evidence of that event happening. However, what turns out, it turns out that you probably have the edge of keeping either the evidence of it or maybe for the memory of it. Then it will be recommended that you probably buy some cloud elsewhere and have it. I mean, I pretend to be a cyber security expert, but I do believe that there are a lot of cloud
softwares, and you can buy space online and all that. Yeah,
so that it doesn't remain on your phone for someone else to be able to hack into it. Because if you have it saved on the cloud, then there are maybe 2 or 3 more steps for the person to be able to hack into that one. After hacking into your phone, he now has to take extra steps to hack into your cloud folder, and that is more difficult for most instances.
Okay.
So these are available. Otherwise, the only other option is that when you finish sharing, insist that each party deletes whether it's a video or a picture that has been shared. Insist that each party deletes it. And I think trust comes in here because even though the 2 parties may trust each other, but accidents could happen and someone else may have access to it. So it is always better that each party insists on the deletion. And I think that would be the best way of going about things going forward.
That was a human rights lawyer educating us on what to do if we ever find ourselves in such a situation. Sissy, what should be your first step if your partner blackmails you with your nudes? Something you sent to them, years back or months.
I've been in this situation.
Oh, for you.
For me. I think the first thing, obviously, I always say to women that as there's a fine line between love and hate, and that hate can come on real quick.
Real quick.
You
won't see it coming.
And it's and don't be surprised with it. I was quite shocked. I was surprised, mainly because I expected more from the relationship. But okay. So we, like, family, friends, whatever. We actually also threatened with the whole law that is coming now, and was like, if you do this, well, it was already done. But we're going to have to go to the police, we're going to have to report you, and it kind of like sends that fear, if it's a fearful person. I mean, it sends that fear. In a sense, is how you deal with it and how you take it, because the thing is already out there. Luckily for me, mine didn't go too far, but it's, unfortunately, like, a Tiwa where it just goes... It's definitely, and she dealt with it exactly how I dealt. It's basically, I accept it. It's me. And what my thought process was, and when that situation came up, was it was made as to feel as if it's a nasty thing, or how could she do that, or the act is so nasty. And I was feeling like, well, isn't it natural? So it's a natural. I mean, if the camera wasn't there, that's what I look like.
Okay. I like it when people own the narrative.
Yeah, so I think you just need to own it. If it does really go out of proportion and it just spirals, like how the recent case was, you just have to own it and just be like, yeah, it's me. It's a natural act. I did it. It's a personal thing between me and this person. If they feel like they need to, leak it, fine. But definitely, you should also follow the legal side of it as well, if you can.
All right. Have you ever found yourself in such a situation?
Yes, I have. I have been on both sides of the spectrum. I've been in the middle of different sagas regarding these things, and I've helped so many people through it. And like Cece was saying, you need to own the narrative. And that's one of the most difficult things to do, especially considering how Ghanaians are very sexual.
Yeah.
Ghanaians play at conservativeness, but we are very sexual people.
That's it.
But
Explain.
here's the thing, Ghanaians like to do it. Ghanaians like to do it and pretend like they're not doing it.
No,
and will judge you.
You
They'll
like
judge
this, I
you for the
suspect
very
you.
same thing. They'll judge you for the very same thing that they're all doing.
Yeah.
So one of the most difficult things to do is to own the narrative, is to accept it and, you know, handle it, because you realize that a lot of these people that fall victim for these things are teen girls, young girls, naive girls, you know, and they are scared. What if my parents find out? What if my mom finds out? Your mom would find out if it comes out, you know. That's the thing. When they are going through these things, they panic, they overthink, and the thought process never goes in the right direction. They are overthinking, but they're overthinking about the wrong things. What if it goes out? What if people see it?
So the first step is to talk to someone.
Talk to somebody. Let
you have to have a
know.
circle of people that you can go to. I mean, I kind of like take it for granted, my circle of people. You have to have a circle that you feel like
you really do.
Are, you know, this is what is happening to me. I mean, this is
it's crazy.
I haven't
like,
heard of this.
They think when it happens to them like that, they start to panic. So many times I've had people enter into my DMs scared shitless. This guy has my nudes. He's threatening to leak it. He says if I don't do this, I'm like, hey, stop. Let me just stop you right there. Don't do it. Doing it is not going to change anything. Doing it is not going to make him not have your nudes, because he can tell you he's deleted it.
But it's still
there. And
you can
like
send him money, and he would ask you for
hole.
more money. And if you don't send it, you know, like stuff like that. Don't give in to the blackmail.
But one thing I've realized is when the sex tapes comes out, like, it's usually the women who are being ridiculed, who are the center of the whole
That's what
thing.
I'm saying. That
I don't understand. It's two people.
Yeah.
Tiwa Savage, for instance.
Exactly.
That she was saying about her, and it seems like they forgot about the guy.
Look at this. She had sex with someone. He took a video of her, showed her face, but not his. A lot of the sex videos that come out, you realize that it's always showing the woman's face, not the man's face.
Yeah.
Why? Because these women don't think these things through when they're doing it. In the heat of the moment, she's just doing it, right? It's like I said, no face, no case. If he's going to do something like that, you need to make sure that your face doesn't come in it. And there are times, like I said, when shady people are doing, you don't even know that they're taking a video of you.
That's the
so you don't
part.
realize that, oh, he has a video of me, you know, whatever. These things, I deal with it on a regular. Even before the show, had a call. You were here. I had a call. Same situation. There's something with someone, and now there were rumors flying around that there's a video of her. She's scared shitless. But at least she has someone to talk to. She has someone to come to and, you know, express herself to and let know that this is what's going on. And I'm going to help her do it. You know, a lot of people don't have somebody to talk to, because your friend that you're going to tell is going to judge you. So you are having sex. Hey, so you're doing this. So you did this, you did that. They would make you feel so bad. It'll make you feel so terrible that you sent your nude picture to somebody, that you did this. You know, they're not going to help you out. They're not going to help you out.
I think what the problem is as well is, you know, talking from this kind of young perspective, is, do these young girls know their rights? And it sounds a lot like they don't.
Do they even know that?
Don't.
Yeah.
I have a friend who is currently in prison because of nudes.
Yeah.
A friend.
It's not sad. It's a good thing.
He was friends with me, you know. With him, I would say he rolled with the wrong person that ended him there, and so it's kind of sad for me.
What's the story?
It was in the papers. He had this friend who was a photographer, and you know, they had this franchise that were helping. You know, they had this franchise. They were selling this thing that was a clothing line that was really hyped at the time. It was in 2016. It was really popular back then, you know. And the guy was taking advantage of that popularity to sleep with the young girls. You know, the guy was a photographer. He was a photographer for the clothing line, and he would ask you to come. He would take shots of you. He would make you a model, and then he would end up taking nude pictures of you, and he would use it to blackmail you into sleeping with him and stuff like that. And so what happened was, you know, my friend, being such close partners with him, got implicated when this guy went down.
By association.
He leaked this JHS girl at the time on Empress Leaks or something like that, and her teacher saw it, on Empress Leagues. I don't know what the teacher was doing on Empress Leagues, but he saw it, and the teacher told the father, her father was a journalist or something of the sort. He took it up with the law. You know? Apparently these cases are what have really led up to the cybersecurity law.
It's a good thing.
Which
is a good thing.
Personal cases. I know him personally, so it was so.
But
weird.
I think that's why it's so important now that people are aware of these laws, and these girls are also aware of these laws as well, so that they know what to do. And especially in terms of these underage girls who may or may not, we're not judging, may or may not find themselves in these sexual, you should know. I mean, I don't know what the age is here in terms of what age a man should.
Is 16.
It should be 16.
Yeah, it's
Why
16.
That's so young.
Yeah.
Isn't it 18?
No, it's 16.
Oh, okay.
You can have sex before you can drive or vote.
Okay, so that's weird. But what about how old does the guy have to be? To date an underage. So long as she's 16, she can have sex with any man, any age.
Yes.
Right. I mean,
consensually.
Yeah. These girls also need to know their rights, and I think it's education here.
Education is important.
Everybody takes it for
granted. They take it for granted.
They really take it for granted.
Like it's a joke.
You panic. You're like,
stop and look at themselves. If that was you, would you like it?